Bueno, buenos días. ¿Me escuchan bien?
Good morning, everybody.
Muy bien. Buenos días en Colombia.
Good morning in Colombia, the Americas, and good afternoon. Okay, before that, I'm gonna give the word to my colleague Felipe Franco so that he can give you some recommendations about the event. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for being here in this workshop. Before that, we would like to present a series of recommendations. And the first one, it's that it's not allowed to have, there's no interaction between the attendees, either by turning on the mic or the camera. And we're going to have our interaction. It's going to be through surveys, but we can also use the chat to ask questions. And we are in this event, we are going to have simultaneous translation. And I would like to introduce our two interpreters that are going to be here with us, and Christina and Adriana. Thank you so much for being here with us. Please, we kindly suggest to keep your mics turned off, to keep the camera also turned off, and once again, to use the chat only in the Q&A sessions or only if you require something. And we please, if you can please enable the translation, you can go to the icon of the globe that it's in the bottom part of your screen. And there you can choose your language of preference, either Spanish or English. And therefore, for those who want to understand, to listen to Spanish, you will you will select Spanish, and those that want English will select English. You are all, please enable, and therefore those who don't have your name, if you can please put your name on the screen. And thank you so much, although I think that most of you have your full name on. Before that, we would also like to tell you that in this event, we're going to have two spaces. The first one, it's a main room. This is the one where we are at. In this room, we're going to have a series of introductory presentations. We're also going to have a panel with experts and a moderator. And we are also going to have a plenaries between the panelists and the speakers. And in the main room, we're going to have a poster session. We're going to have a creative session. And we are also going to have another room. And we're also going to have a group work for this exercise because of the connectivity time constraints, and to be able to deepen the conversations. We're going to have a maximum capacity of 50 persons and will last 40 minutes, but we will introduce this later, and we're going to tell you when we get up to this point. Once again, in the main room, we're going to have the following recommendations. Please turn off your camera and your mic and only use the chat for questions. And the work groups in this space in particular, we are going to allow for interactions. For this case, we will have no simultaneous translation. And the idea is that the attendees may have a deep and activating their cameras. You can raise your hand and you can make use of the mics only in the work groups. This is regarding the translation once and 10. Going to tell you that the speakers would be in Spanish or in English. We're going to have simultaneous translations. Please enable the translation system for a better experience. And once again, in the work groups, there won't be simultaneous translations. However, We have done a pre-assignment according to their language of preference. This is all. Right now, I'm gonna give the floor to the program, and we're going to start with a welcome by Monica Amador, and we are also going to have some words from our collaborators. In this case, past global changes, and thereon we are going to have a couple of introductory talks. One, it's going to be by Dunio Remer, and the second by Henry Mohinstra, and then we're going to have a Q&A session. And once we finish the talks, you may ask your questions in the chat. And then we're going to have a 10-minute break. After that, we will come back to a panel. And then we will have a 10-minute break. And later on, we will initiate for 40 minutes the discussion group. These are limited and they're going to be pre-allotted. And finally, we are going to have a plenary between the experts and the panelists with the discussion groups. This is going to be an open session and everybody can participate, and it's going to last 30 minutes. And finally, we're going to have a creative sessions to be able to close the day with an exhibition of the project, and we're going to have a posters gallery. This is the schedule for the day. Once again, thank you for your time, and I'm going to give the floor to Monica. Okay, thank you, Felipe, and that's going to organize our plan for today. As we know, this is going to happen in the morning in Colombia and in the afternoon and evening in Europe. Welcome to the Socio-Environmental Histories workshop. Before initiating, I would like for you to enable your language preference. For those that don't speak Spanish, you can select English. Okay, the work came out from the investigations of working about the bioresilience of the Colombian forest in the post-conflict. And this is a project that is funded by the National Council of the Research Environment in the UK, and also part of the program Colombia Vivo, along with Colombian institutions like the Humboldt Institute, the Andes University, the UPTC, the University, and the Colombian Institute of Anthropology and History. This workshop has been possible thanks to the financial funding of Pages, Past Global Changes, who we want to especially thank. We would also like to thank the panelists that have contributed to the methodological construction of the workshop. It's been an honor to talk with each one and to be able to identify the relevance that it has, thinking about the topics that are associated to environmental crisis from a transdisciplinary approach. We consider the relevance of studying the past to be able to take better decisions in the present, in particular for the management of socio-ecological systems in the Colombian Andes. We know that this past year has been particularly challenging. For example, the pandemics made us do this workshop online with all the challenges it entails. We also know the difficult human rights situation in Colombia, which affects the gathering of many Colombian academics. Therefore, thank you so much for your decisions and conviction of participating in this workshop. Here, we're going to have lecturers and students that come from England, Mexico, Norway, Germany, and amongst other places in the world. We have professionals that come from different subjects like history, ecology, forest engineering, biology, archaeology, geology, anthropology, economics, and also the arts. That's why we are so pleased of having had such a multidisciplinary group. Essential axis of this is to rethink the relationship between nature and culture and to explore it in its development. And therefore, the emergence and transformation of the Colombian Andes, it's part of this process. In this workshop, we want to go beyond the separation that we have between nature and culture and to consider the transit, the flows, and the mutual agencies of both dimensions. This effort, of course, implies opening up or the limits of our disciplines to accept our methodological limitations, our conceptual limitations, and also to share our strengths. Also, as to find in that interdisciplinary dialogue a window of opportunity to be able to reinvigorate our disciplines. That's why the workshops tries to generate a common space where we can think together in new theoretical and methodological framework to understand the Andes, and therefore welcome all to dialogue, to the collective transformation. Thank you. And without further ado, I want to give the word to Marie France, who is the executive director of the association Pages Past Global Changes.
Felipe, le cedemos la palabra a Marie-France.
Can you hear me now? Can you? Okay. So the first slide, yes, thank you. Thank you. Thank you all for giving me some time to introduce Pages for this meeting on resilience in tropical Andes. So Pages, well, I mean, the name of Pages is giving already the purpose of our project. It's an international effort, an international and global, meaning it is interesting on the whole globe, but also it would like to involve everybody. And this effort is really to coordinate and promote past global change research, whatever the topic. It can be climate, but it can be environment, human, very different topics actually. And yes, the primary objective is really to improve our understanding of past changes in the Earth system. But it's not only understanding for understanding, it's also in order to improve the projection for future climate and environment. And as Pages is also part of Future Earth, the idea is also that with our study on the past, we can also inform for strategies for sustainability. In fact, the Pages working group are really the core of Pages activities. Well, you can keep the first slide on, please. You can see the working group at the very are on a very central place in the structure of Pages. And the first diagram that you saw, it's the new diagram structure that we were designing, and the arrow that you cannot see in it anymore wanted at the same time to represent the past to the future idea, so with the tagline context for the future, but also to illustrate that all the elements that are part of the Earth system, so the air, the water, but also the humans, so that all these elements are included in the different activities of Pages and are integrated to provide the context for the future. So you have on this slide that is on right now, many of the working groups, and they are really working on many different topics and various timescales. Some of these groups are closer to the human environmental approach. So that's the case, for example, for People 3000, that is studying the rise and fall of civilization. It's also the case for Human Traces, Diversky, that is looking into the impact of human activities, Land Cover, looking into land use, land cover change. And well, it's my mistake, but it's a nice mistake. I put there ECORI 3, that is a former working group of Pages that was working on resistant recovery and resilience in long-term ecological systems, which I guess is quite close to what you are trying to do with this group. But other groups of pages, other working group are working on other topics more directed towards climate or to the Earth system. So there is the Quicks, there is the 2K network, there is Acme, Seaside. These last two are working on sea ice, and many others that you can discover on the website. And what you have here on the screen is the home page of our website. Well, the current one, but it should be changed very soon. Anyway, on the website, you should find almost everything that you would like to know about pages. There is a calendar with all the different activities. There is a list of, under science, you have the list of all the different working groups. The products is giving you all the papers that were published, partly thanks to pages activities. You can also register to receive regular information about pages through the e-news. You can also register for the past Global Change magazine. You have a picture of it, or at least of the cover on the left. So it's a magazine that we have 2 issues per year, and it's highlighting, usually it's the highlights of a scientific topic. But well, the last issue is on the 30th anniversary of pages. I also want to mention the Early Career Network that you can reach on through the top line, and on the main web page, so the landing page, we are publishing also some news. Well, for example, in this one, you can see call for committee member for the Early Career Network, and also a paper that is highlighted, but that is changing on a regular basis. So I invite you to visit this website and web pages if you want to know more about pages. I invite you to register on the people database, so to receive all this information. And with that, I thank you again very much for giving me the opportunity to provide these few words. And I wish you all the best for this workshop. So thank you very much again.
Muchas gracias a Marie-France de Pages. Quiero también contarles que en el taller vamos a tener una relatoría gráfica. Esto, digamos, es algo que ya se está usando más en este tipo de actividades. Quiero introducir.
Also, you're going to use in this activities. I would like to introduce Juliana Serrano, that it's going to be with us, and it's going to be drawing in all the ideas that we have been producing to generate a final product of graphic narration. Hi, everybody. Today we're going to make a narration. I don't know if you can please stop sharing. And therefore this graphic relationship, it's a live visualization exercise. I'm going to show you the blank screen. This is how we're going to start, and the panelists to tell us, as they tell us the information we're going to share, this is going to be filled with images and ideas. This is a live cloth, therefore everybody is welcome, so that we feel that this piece represents everything that's been shared. Thank you. Thank you so much, Julian. I'm going to initiate the word to Felipe. Okay, thank you so much, Monica and Juliana. And therefore, we are going to initiate the first talks that we have for today. You can see. Okay, can you see my screen? Okay, now we're going to have a couple of introductory presentations for the workshop. For me, it's an honor to be able to moderate the presentations of 2 researchers that have been referenced in my academic development in the paleoecology, the ecology of the past. and therefore people that at some time of my scientific career have been my drivers, Tihar Dunio Orrego and Henry Hominstra. Today, I want to introduce Dr. Dunia Orrego, with whom I work in the project Bioresilience. And together we lead the concept of paleoecology of the product. Dunia, it's a paleoecologist and researcher of the geographic on the university in geographic research in Exeter in the last 20 years. She's been studying the responses to vegetation, anthropogenic and natural disorders, the activity of fires, the resilience of socio-ecological systems, and also how forests operate in a world prior to humans. And also today, I'm going to introduce Dr. Henry Hoginstra, who is an emeritus professor from Amsterdam University in the Netherlands. Henry is a paleoecologist and has been studying the dynamics of vegetation and climate change in different tropical ecosystems in America in the timescales of the last 2 million years until now. The works done by Henry and also by Thomas van der Hammer and his research group have generated a very important legacy in Colombian paleoecology. That's why we think that it's great to honor them today for all their contributions that have been allowing us to understand the main factors of transformation in the Andes and the dynamics for transformation in the long term. Therefore, now I'm going to give the word to Dr. Dunia Urrego. She is going to give us a 15-minute presentation, and then we're going to give the word to Dr. Henry Hojinstra, who's going to have a 30-minute walk and talk, and at the end, we're going to have a Q&A session. Dunia. Okay, thank you so much, Felipe. Could you please, can I please share the screen?
Okay. Todavía me sale que...
I can't share my screen yet. Now.
¿Pueden ver la...
Can you see it?
Perfecto. De pronto, ponle campanita para que no se vean los lados.
Campanita.
Solo maximizarla. Muy bien.
¿Todavía la ven?
Muy bien, Dunia, adelante.
Go ahead, Dunia.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias.
Okay, thank you so much, Felipe, for your introduction and for those kind words. Okay, good afternoon in Colombia and good afternoon in Europe. Today, I'm going to talk about the research that we are developing in Andean socio-economical systems of Colombia. For a starter, I consider that it's very important to define the socio-ecological system in very simple terms. And I wanted to use this image of Resilience Alliance, where they represent the socio-ecological system that it's made up by two subsystems that interact and have a constant feedback. One is the social systems where we have the individuals, groups, and institutions, and the other, it's the ecological system where we find the biodiversity with its structure and functions. And one of the interactions between these two subsystems are associated to the managing usage of the ecosystems, and the other, it's associated to taking advantage of ecosystemic systems, including fuel, food, and recreation and water regulation. Given the relevance of this interaction to be able to ensure the supply of ecosystemic systems on the long term, it's a priority to be able to ensure the resilience of any system. And the systems that it's divided by the ecological system and focused by this. by part of any ecosystem, and the ecological attributes that are associated with the ecosystemics consider characteristic at the density of wood and the structure of the vegetation. The functional state of any socio-ecological system would determine its capability of being resilient. The factors that determine the functionality of socio-ecological system can be divided into categories, two general categories. That would be the biophysical factors and the social ones. Some of the aspects that can be highlighted as El Niño, the occurrence of fires, and then the social aspect changes, decision makers, and the behavior of international markets. All of these factors that can be highlighted would include the influence of climate phenomena as El Niño, the fires, and as I was saying, the accumulation of cultural knowledge, etc. And a very important part of this analysis is that all these factors operate in different time frames, and some include things that happen each hours or so something that happened every 1,000 years as accumulation of cultural, and this is to show the importance of a focus in the long-term scale to see the influence of these factors in the evolution of socio-ecological systems and resilience. In this type of analysis, we have the project Bioresilience that it's focused on focusing the resilience of socio-ecological systems in the Colombian Andes. And this image shows the socio-ecological system in the first main component, which are the sociocultural component, the ecology, and also paleoecology. Bioresilience, it's a interdisciplinary project that it's funded by NERC and the NHRC in the UK, and it's an international collaborations between universities, institutions in Colombia and in the UK. And here we would like to highlight how this initiative was favored by a bilateral agreement between the UK and Colombia for the exploration and the understanding of bioresources in Colombia. Bioresilience combines sociocultural research and ecological research. The idea is to integrate the long terms and also the analysis of the resilience of the subsystems as part of this project. And working with Felipe, I lead the research that it's focused in paleoecology. The experimental design of this research is focused in using microscopic remnants of the vegetation that are depicted here as this little point to monitor changes throughout time. These remnants are the pollen produced by vegetation and also the particles of vegetal coal that are produced during fires. These remnants are so small that they behave like aerosols, and they are deposited in the soil and at the bottom of bodies of water where they're fossilized and they accumulate throughout the years. In the bioresilience project, we have some procedures of the Andeans to be able to write the story of the vegetation and also to include this with all the other components to be able to assess the resilience of the socio-ecological system. And we also collect samples of the forest to be able to see the signals of pollen, to be with information of the vegetation, and to identify losses of information in the defossilization process. The purpose includes to include some basic lines and also the history of the vegetation. And the baseline, the ecological baseline is understood as a point of reference, and we assess the changes of the Andean vegetation relative to that reference point. And this information, it's something that will allow us to see the changes in the functionality of the ecosystem and to assess the resilience of the ecosystem as the capacity to keep the functionality and also the ecosystem systems that it works with. As you can see, pollen of the vegetation, it's a very important part of the research. And that's why I think it's very important to show some pictures of fossilized pollen to be able to see all the information that we collect in this project. A very important comment is the morphological differentiation between pollen grains, and which would allow us to rebuild all the changes in the abundance of the species in the past. And it's also very important to include in the fossil registrations that it's the type of evidence that would allow us to see the dynamics of fire. In the Colombian Andes, we've been working in different places with different ecological contexts, and of the eastern mountain range. We're also working on Andean forest, altoandinos, and tropical humid forest, rainforests. In each one of these places, we've been able to compile pollen records derived from lake deposits, and we're also analyzing, and we're also trying to calibrate the systems, trying to calibrate the pollen system. This calibration would allow us to see what information is lost during the sedimentation of forestation process of the pollen grains, and therefore I'm going to continue with some preliminary results. And this is a calibration exercise that it's based on moss samples from the tropical forest and in the high Andean forest. The bars indicate the abundance of each morphological type of pollen, the species it corresponds. The first thing that we can see is that there is a very clear differentiation between the rainforest and the high Andean forest. It's very different, the spectrum, and this is consistent with work that we've done in the Andean and Equatorian forests, where the more clear signal that we see in the spectrum is the changing composition and the abundance throughout the gradient. And another preliminary result that it's very important for the purposes of this research is the pollen, something that the pollen signal allows to differentiate is the degradation and intervention state. And this is so important because it allows to find fossilized pollen as a way to infer degradation rates in historical timescales and millennial timescales. The next step in the calibrations of pollenic rain is to be able to state the ratio between pollen and the functional attributes that are associated with the ecosystem. And in the work in the Peri-Andean Andes, we were able to establish a relationship between the abundance of pollen and the functional attributes of vegetation, although here the data was limiting because it was possible 10 years ago when we were not consider about the relevance of the functional ranges to assess resilience. That's why right now in the Colombian Andes, the experimental design has as a main goal to be able to do a follow-up to the pollen signal to be able to ensure that the calibration is as precise as possible. And to be able to determine the ecological baselines, we are using the fossil records of pollen that we've been able to recover in the Andean lakes. And in this example, here we have the registrations of the high Andean ecosystems in Monquentiva, Bogota. This is an area where the numbers and the numbers match the age of the samples. For example, 11,000 years or 500 years and up towards the top part. And what this analysis allows to synthesize the information and to obtain the pollen spectrums according to its similarities, so that samples that are close are similar and the samples that are separated are less similar. There are several methods that can be used in this type of databases. We are using the DCA, and the main reason is that it allows to give us an advantage that allows to see the magnitude of ecological changes in standard deviations. And therefore, when we want to organize the records of the high Andean forest, we can see how the samples are grouped in 3 periods. We can see the transitions between the Pleistocene and the Holocene. We can see the period from the early to mid Holocene and the late Holocene. When we measure the distance between these samples, the pollen samples from the Pleistocene and the most modern ones, we can see that there is an ecological change that it's equivalent to 1.2 standard deviations between the vegetation that it's around the Monckentiva and the transition between the Pleistocene and the Holocene and current times. And this corresponded to a change of almost 40% of the species. And checking out the distributions of the different taxa polynemics, we can see that it's an aggregation of the taxa of the high Andean ecosystem, of the high Andean forest in the light part. That's why we use the first axis to be able to see the changes in the coverage of the forest. And therefore, using this type of metrics, we're able to sum up the changes in the vegetation in these different ways. And over here, we can see the changes in vegetable coverage, the changes in the Holocene. We also see changes, or we observe a reduction in the ecological stability that ends up in an ecological change or in a regime shift almost approximately 3,800 years. And finally, the calculated distances with regards to current vegetation suggest that the modern communities have not changed much with regards to the structure and composition in the last 3,800 years. When we check out this register in more detail, and over here focusing in the last centuries, we can see that there's a very important ecological change during the 20th century where vegetable coverage has increased, and we can see that there's a lot of changes according to current vegetation in the last decades of the 20th century. We can see that we have pine plantations in this area, and when it happens, it produces a negative effect in the stability of the ecosystem of Monckentiva. I wanted to finish up with the past fire activity that we've developed in the high Andean forest, where we have seen charcoal particles in all the records, although the abundance of microscopic charcoal abundance is very soil or inexistent. And that's why we can infer that the fires, and in particular at the regional level, are something that influence in the structure of the vegetation in the ecosystems in the historical timescales or millennial timescales. And to close up, there are some preliminary conclusions of this research and some steps that we want to continue to be able to see the resilience of this social ecological system in the Colombian Andes. The degradation systems can be determined by the pollen signal from the Colombian Andes. The next step in the calibration exercise is to estimate the relationship between pollen and the functional attributes of the vegetation. And once we have established these relationships, we can use this information to trace changes in the functional attributes over time and to assess the changes in resilience. And okay, in the Monckentiva and the high Andean systems, we have seen changes and abrupt changes in the ecological systems during the mid-Holocene in the 20th century. And to finish up, we can also see that fires are a very important factor that influence in the structure of the high Andean ecosystems. And until now, the paleoecological records indicate the complexity of responses from the vegetation that go from stability to inherent ecological change, and they also include changes in state or abrupt changes, and also the creation of new ecosystems in historical periods.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you so much for your time.
Le paso la palabra
And I give the floor to
Dunia, muchas gracias. Bueno, a continuación vamos a pasar a la charla del profesor Henry Hojimstra.
So we'll move on
Henry, ¿me escuchas?
to Henry's.
Ok. Ahora entonces, ¿puedes proyectar tu presentación?
Could you please share your screen? Please. Yes, sure.
Ja,
Muy bien.
is it okay?
Está muy bien. Muchas
Ok.
gracias, Henry. Tienes 30 minutos.
Okay, thank
Muy
you.
bien.
About 30 minutes.
For inviting me to contribute to this very interesting symposium. I like to talk about man's impact on the North Andean environment. I look into the past, and I show you my favorite book, The Human Past. It says absolutely essential reading for all students in archaeology, but I think for all students in the disciplines you have mentioned. Well, a talk outline. First, I'd like to thank many people who worked with me together. You see them at the right. And my talk is focusing on the first farmers, then carbon sequestration, a challenging hypothesis about human-climate interaction. Then I will talk about a view on history of socio-ecological impacts from islands and from continents. And finally, we go to the conclusions and perspectives. Well, I hope all of you are familiar with this beautiful book, First Farmers. And here you see an overview of the start of human impact on the landscape. And you see in the Andes, the landscape is impacted by man during about 4,000 years. But that is only half the time of human impact in the Middle East. So you see in South America, human impact started relatively late. Now I need the next, and that does not work. Why? I cannot go to my next slide. I will start again. Yeah, now it works. Well, this is a classical pollen record from Paul Colinvaux and his group. And this pollen record shows the last 2,500 years. And here in color, you see the impact of humans, the production of maize. And here in the Genopodiaceae, Amarantaceae are many crop plants represented, but also croton, for example. Croton is a light demanding tree, which is characteristic for open forest. So here you see quite a lot of evidence of human impact starting about 2,200 years ago, but in particular during the last 500 years, much intensified. Well, in recent time, we are talking a lot about carbon sequestration. And in the frame of the Kyoto Protocol, countries are allowed to make forest plantations in other countries. And in Colombia, Venezuela, and particularly Ecuador, you see there are many forest plantations here in a totally deforested landscape, a typical cultural landscape, which was used by people for the last 3,000 years. which explains it is totally deforested. But is it correct to place here forest plantations? In fact, that is the question. There are two hypotheses. One hypothesis says that the upper forest line is located at 3,700 meters, and another hypothesis claims the upper forest line is located at 4,100 meters. Well, if the upper forest line is here at a low position, this is Paramo, and you should not organize tree plantations in the Paramo, of course. If the upper forest line indeed has a high elevation, the natural upper forest line, then you can make forest plantations here, and it may be considered as a form of reforestation. Well, anyway, it looks very ugly. This is a photograph near Attilio at 3,300 meters. Here we are in this totally deforested landscape. And anyway, the Mexican pine here prevents further erosion of the mountain slopes. But there are many problems because there is a lot of conflict between the stakeholders. The international trade of carbon sequestration likes to make forest plantations. But the local farmers, in particular the young ones, they need new area for agriculture. But we also have the demands of nature conservationists and also the people responsible for the water supply to the big cities in the Andes. So there are many contradicting conflicts here. Well, this is a beautiful landscape, a photo taken at 3,800 meters. And you see if the upper forest line is at a high position, then this should be an artificial landscape. Well, that is not quite plausible. This does not look like an artificial landscape, but quite natural, an old landscape with a long history of peat formation. So if you look at this picture, it is a plea for the low position of the upper forest line at about 3,700 meters maximum. Let's have a look at the pollen record. This is a pollen record of the last 6,000 years. And here you see the contribution of forest in green, and here the contribution of herbs in yellow. And the orange proportion is a little bit ambiguous because Asteraceae may contribute with shrubs to the Paramo, but also with trees to the ecotone forest. But anyway, here you see a maximum upper forest line of about 3,600 meters. You see a dip here, and again here an increase of the forest line up to about 3,600 meters. Here you see the start of human impact factors, about 2,000 years before present, but in particular during the last 500 years, there is a lot of human impact. So if you like to go to the last moment of a natural setting, and we call that the baseline is about 2,000 years old. But if you look more in detail, you also can recognize a second baseline. You can say, well, here below 2,100 years, we have the natural setting, but you also can place a baseline about 1,000 year BP. So it is a little bit up to the choice of nature conservation, and maybe also up to the possibilities and the available money if you are working in nature conservation. But anyway, you see that a pollen record gives you a lot of fundamental information where the landscape you like to restore comes from. Well, the same is true in Llanos Orientales of Colombia, where I worked a lot with Juan Carlos and Herman Behling. Here you see Laguna Sardinas, and the pollen record shows the last 12,000 years. You see a long period of dry climatic conditions, and about 4,000 years ago, you see a sudden increase of arboreal pollen compared to the herbs. In particular, the palms here in black increase rapidly. What does that mean? Is that a moisture climate? Or maybe people start to live in the llanos here and the palms are cultivated. That's an option. If you put all the llanos records together, here we have 7, you see dry conditions up to about 6,000 years before present. Then climate conditions become wetter. And in all the records, you see a rapid increase of palms during the last 4,000 or 3,000 years. Well, we still have not a decisive evidence if this is driven by man or driven by climate, or maybe both. Again, I cannot go forward, so I have to start again my talk. Yeah, now it works. Well, here I like to go to a challenging hypothesis, which was published by Koch, Alexander Koch, and he identified the area in Central and South America heavily populated by man up to the moment Columbus arrived in America and introduced the severe European diseases, which gave rise to the Great Dying Period. Well, if you look at the atmospheric CO2 concentration, then you see a dip in the record from Antarctica. And Koch posed that the dip in CO2 is caused by an uptake of CO2 by the young forest that covers all the abandoned area of previous agriculture. Well, also here the carbon isotopic ratio, the terrestrial uptake, shows a maximum here in the period after Columbus' arrival. So this is quite an interesting hypothesis. Oh, yeah. Here you see the surface area in 1500 used by man, and 100 years later you see that the surface area was reduced immensely. Well, Koch was looking for drivers of the lowering of atmospheric CO2, and he looked at solar irradiance, at volcanic drivers, but in fact he was not well able to identify clearly a driver. But anyway, this is a very interesting hypothesis to be verified. And well, recently we saw a very elegant study by Mark Bush and Crystal McMichael and their team. And they, in this picture, they show how to explain the dip in CO2 concentration by regrowth of forest. So here you see an open landscape. The open landscape is used for agriculture. And when people die, the agricultural fields will be covered by secondary forest, later by mature forest. And when the forest grows back, a lot of CO2 is taken from the atmosphere, which explains the drop in PCO2. Well, this team collected a bunch of pollen records here in Amazonia, and in 200-year bins, they expressed the increase or the decrease of forest. And if we look here at the moment of Columbus landing, you see that the forest increase was already characteristic for the period before Columbus arrived. And after Columbus arrived, there was also a forest increase, but not particularly related to Columbus' arrival. There was also a forest decrease. So this data is not very conclusive. And in fact, the proportion of gaining and losing forest does not support does not support. Again, I have to Yeah, now it works again. Does not support Koch's hypothesis. So here the best records with a high resolution are here plotted, 9 records. And in the crucial period, you see that most of the records do not show a forest arboreal pollen increase. Neither you see that the charcoal I just finished this issue. The charcoal neither showed a characteristic change. So the conclusion of Mark Bush and his team was that it does not support the hypothesis of Koch. Well, of course, this is a very nice and elegant study, but Koch did not include Amazonia in his analysis. So in fact, what we need is another elegant study about Mesoamerica and the Andes in order to evaluate Koch's hypothesis. In the next 5 minutes, I'd like to go to the global view on the history of socio-ecological impacts on islands. And here in a paper led by Sandra Noé, we analyzed the pollen records of about 27 islands globally. And if you look at the rates of pollen compositional turnover, then you see that if you compare pre-human with post-human arrival, there is an increase of factor 11 of pollen compositional turnover. So when man arrives, you see that the composition of the vegetation is increasing very rapidly and even faster on islands colonized in the past than islands in the last 1500 years than islands colonized before. So this is a very characteristic signal of the importance of man. I have a problem that they will not go to the next slide. Yeah, now it works. Here are all the islands together on the world map. Here you see how the species compositional turnover is behaving. For example, Mauritius is an island with probably a low level human occupation, but when the Dutch arrived here, there is an enormous impact. And you see the same on Pico, an island here in the Azores. You see a long presence of human impact with low impact, and then the last 500 years you see an increasing very acceleration of human impact. Here, Iceland is an island where human impact started very late. And also Tristan da Cunha is an island with a very late start of human impact. Here, San Cristobal, the same, here in the Galapagos Islands. But you see that many islands have their own characteristics which are related to the human occupation history. But it is very clear what human impact did with the natural environment on islands. In the next study, which was just published in Science, we looked on the continents, on all the continents, and we collected over 1,100 pollen records to be analyzed. And here you see the number of pollen records by continent from the full glacial, the late glacial, and here during the Holocene. And of course, North America is best represented, but you see South America is also well represented, in particular in the older part, in the late glacial and the full glacial part of the records. Well, here you see the CO2 of the atmosphere, here the the temperature curve based on delta 18O, and here you see the increase of agriculture. Well, William Rudiman claimed that human impact, so you can say the Anthropocene, started around 7,000 years ago, and not recently, because of the start of rice cultivation in Asia. So it is up to your choice where you prefer to let the Anthropocene start. Again, I have to It works. Here you see the rate of pollen compositional turnover by continent. Here for North America and here for South America. And here you see the rate of change in the 95% quartile, and the lower curve is the proportion of peak points. So this gives the results, and the lower line gives the how well each bin of 200 or 500 years is filled with data. Well, here, of course, if you go to North America, this is a typical record graph for North America. You see from the last glacial maximum, a high species turnover at the end of the ice age. And then here during the Holocene, a little bit happens, but in particular, when people come in, you see a high human impact. The reason of this curve is that the vegetation change is mainly horizontally. The same as in Europe. Also, vegetation change is mainly horizontally. So you have a high impact here at the late glacial because of the change from humid to more dry conditions. A less pronounced change here at the late glacial, but an enormous impact of man during the last 5,000 years. Well, South America is quite different, you see, and this is typically a data set which includes a lot of vertical dynamics, which comes, of course, from the Andes. And in the next slide, I hope it will, no, it doesn't work, curious. I have to make a trick again. So, yeah, here are the Americas, North America and South America. And here, well, if you look at the data from Antarctica, you see little change. Yeah, of course, it's always Arctic ecosystem. If you look here at B and C, in particular here, you see that there is a high impact here of in the late glacial, and a high impact here of human impact in the eastern part of the USA. South America here, the northern Andes, is typical a tropical signature with a lot of vertical vegetation change. You see there is not a high species turnover. Why? It's because all the different ecosystems are always close together. The maximum vertical migration is about 1,500 meters. So you always find the pollen grains, in contrary to the North American setting. So this is typical temperate signature, and this is typical a tropical mountain signature. Again, it will not work. Yeah. Well, in the 1990s, the climate modelers needed vegetation maps to verify their model output. So all the pollen analysis were recruited, and we made matrices, the pollen counts to the pollen taxa. Then every pollen taxon was given a plant functional type. You also may call that a trait. And all traits together make a biome. And then you can calculate, so instead of interpret, visually interpret, you can calculate the dominant biome. And here you see them arranged from sea level to the high mountains. And if you look at the next slide, which again does not show up, yeah, then here are 40 pollen records on the vertical, and along the horizontal you see the different time slices. And here you see the calculated dominant ecosystem. And now we made a trick. We did not make a natural ecosystem, but we collected all human impact indicators. And all human impact indicators together also is a plant functional type. And then you can calculate how the plant functional type is moving through Colombia. Well, you see man arrived in Colombia here Boca de Lopez, it's on the Caribbean coast around 5,000 years ago. And then you see that it takes a while before man enters the Andes. But here you see that around 2,000 years ago, man enters the Andes, goes to higher elevations. And today, the human impact is now at 3,800 meters above sea level. And probably that are the potato fields. So you see, this is an interesting method to calculate human impact. It is a pity that I lose a lot of time by switching. Yeah, well, here we go to Laguna La Cocha in the south of Colombia, where we collected sediments with a spectacular archive. And it was Zaire Gonzalez who produced this pollen record with 25-year steps through the last 14,000 years. So this is a real high-resolution pollen record. And you see here the late glacial. The upper forest line was at low elevation, 2,200 meters. And here it's gradually increasing, 2,400, 600, 800. Here's at 3,000 meters. And the top part, that's quite fascinating. Here you see man comes in and starts to cut the trees. This is a lot of deforestation. And you see it goes together with charcoal. So the most recent moment of a natural setting is here, is before 1,400 BP. But if you are a nature conservationist and you like to take this moment as your reference to go back, you are in troubles. But is this your reference, or is this a reference, or is your reference here or there? Well, in fact, we don't know. All these vegetation compositions may be taken as a reference, may be taken as a baseline, potentially serving nature restoration. So you have a choice which depends the boundary conditions you are experiencing. Well, in the last few minutes, I like to go to adjacent disciplines. It's always good to look how adjacent disciplines look at your main problem. This is a very nice paper of evolution of global temperature over the last 2 million years. So here we are now, and you see that we come from a period of 1 million years with heavy glacial interglacial cycles and in fact a cooling of temperature. And here you see the CO2 record also switching up and down together with the glacial cycles. One of the conclusions of these authors is that the Earth system sensitivity, a comparison of the new temperature reconstruction with radiative forcing from greenhouse gases, estimates that the Earth system sensitivity of 9 degrees Celsius, a range from 7 to 13, change in global average surface temperature per doubling of the atmospheric carbon dioxide, per doubling. Yeah, so that means this suggests that stabilization at today's greenhouse gas, so that means if we stop today with the emission of greenhouse gas, it may already commit Earth to an eventual total warming of 5 degrees Celsius over the next few millennia. So here you see the take-home message. Drivers of current change may lie far in the past, and the current drivers, our input of CO2 in the atmosphere, may be effective far in the future. So this shows the effect of time. Well, here my conclusions, and I think this is an interesting issue also for Colombia, because there is so much elevational range in Colombia. The proxy records show 3 centigrades in the climate change over a glacial interglacial cycle in the tropical lowlands, up to 30 centigrades in Greenland. So that is a factor 10. But if you look at the models, for example, look in IPCC reports, the mean global temperature is changing 6 centigrades. So not not 27, but 6. That is model output. This is proxy output. This is model output. Well, in our Paris Agreement, we say that we will accept maximal 2 centigrades warming, but that's also model output. So in practice, Paris allows us 1/3 of the glacial interglacial range. 2 centigrades is 1/3 of 6. Well, now we go to the next slide, which again will not show up. Yeah, well, in the tropics at sea level, the full range over an interglacial glacial cycles is 2 to 4. And here are the drivers. In Europe, it's 8 to 9. In the tropical mountains and the Andes, it's 8 to 10. In Antarctica, 12 to 15, and in Greenland, over 30. So what are the social economic implications for Colombia? Well, in the high Andes, significant warming is expected. Look here, 1/3 of 8 to 10 degrees, so about 3 centigrades. In the Colombian lowlands, below 1,000 meters, a small temperature increase is expected. 1/3 of about 2 to 4 is about 1 centigrade. And the mid-elevations, yeah, the famous coffee belt, it's unclear because there are too many drivers that interfere. And it is moreover strongly driven by local and regional conditions. So this is my last slide, some conclusions. During pre-Columbian time, there is a long history of rising and demising cultures. The European diseases had a big impact on the landscape of the neotropics. Here, the globally seen islands and continental impact, which has a very characteristic relation to the drivers of environmental change. And the marine data show that we are expecting already 5 degrees centigrade warming, even in case we stop today completely with the emissions of CO2. So global warming should be altitudinally and regionally specified. And up to now, that is hardly done. And I think here in this last conclusion lies a lot of fascinating opportunities for new studies to be published. Thank you very much.
Henry, muchísimas gracias por esta maravillosa presentación. Una pregunta antes. ¿Tienes habilitado? ¿Me puedes escuchar en inglés?
Okay, can you hear me, Henry?
La traducción simultánea.
Henry, can you hear me?
Do you enable the translator?
Yeah, I can try to understand the Spanish questions.
Okay.
Let me try.
You can please go to the globe, the bottom, your screen.
Yeah.
Y ahí, there, sorry, you can choose the language. You can choose English.
I don't see that.
But first, you have to stop for sharing, right?
Yeah. So, I don't know which button I have to find.
Not a problem. So please just open the Zoom the Zoom screen, the main room.
The main
Zoom.
room. Yeah.
But at the moment we can try to solve the problem. We can go first to the for the questions from the public.
Support English.
Y ahora voy a hacer esta pregunta en español.
I'm going to make this question in Spanish. This is a question from Andres Gul, and it's a question for Dunia. And it says the following: Monquentiva, it's in the situation, it's located in the Pantano de Marcos. As I understand it, there was a lagoon that was drained by Dr. Martos. Can you please identify the radical change in the pollen records?
Gracias, Felipe. Sí, yo creo que
Thank you,
es
Felipe.
posible identificar
I
que
think that it's
las
possible to identify that radical change using
especies indicadoras
aquatic species or species that indicate this is kind of environment, and part of the design space in Monquetiva is to use different sediment sequences, and in some we're using high resolution. Therefore, we wanted to produce records at temporally scales of almost decades or even less. And we hope that this type of changes can be detectable. And of course, this is in progress. This is still in a preliminary stage. And I think that we're going to be able to get there with the high resolution analysis. Thank you so much, Dunia.
Henry, ¿me escuchas? Perdón, aquí tenemos un problema técnico.
Okay, we have a technical issue here.
Henry?
Yeah.
Can you hear me well?
Yeah. Which for the English text where I have to click?
I think that maybe is a good idea if just Felipe ask the questions in English directly.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, Henry. We have a question from Jordi Polindara. And she asked, how is possible to infer the place of origin or diffusion of cultigens or species and the natives that are associated with agricultural practices or systems or traditional systems from Colombian towns that were distributed on the ecosystem. Sorry, Henry. This is a very long question. Do you understand well the question? I can repeat.
No. What is the essential question? How?
I understand that how is possible to infer the origin from cultigens or species related with agricultural activities in the periecological record?
Yeah, well, I think in South America there is a large variety of food plants, but in fact most food plants are limited to 10 plant families. What we badly need is a catalog of pollen and phytoliths and maybe other characteristics to identify the food plants. We are doing quite a job, but it's not good enough. So my suggestions to the younger generation is to make a catalog of characteristics of the most important food plants in order to better register the start and the changes of food production during the period of human impact. But based on pollen and phytoliths, you can reconstruct a lot. And there are very nice examples that show it in the literature.
Muchas gracias, Henry. Bueno, también tenemos otra pregunta que podríamos abordar.
We have another question,
Y es para Dunia.
and it's for Dunia. We have a question for Dunia. What type of functional features are used to understand the resilience of ecosystems in the past? This is a question is from Violeta Martinez.
Muchas gracias, Violeta, por la pregunta.
Thank you, Violeta.
Básicamente la
Well, basically, the answer depends on the step of our calibration. We need to determine first what type of functional features or traits can we extract from the information of the pollen registries to be able to trace them or to trace them towards the past. What the preliminary research shows us in the Peruvian Andes, it's that there are some functional features as the density of wood, the height, and basically these two. And also the pollen richness that we know it's reflected in the pollen signal, and that it's something that can't be reconstructed in long time scales. Therefore, we can say that at least those functional features can be used to be able to estimate the risk changes in the resilience of a system. But we hope that with the work that's being done in Colombia, and where we're doing a much more detailed experiment, that we are able to get to a point where we can extract much more functional traits of the pollen signals and of the fossil pollen records. And finally, we have a question for Henry amongst many, but what we're going to do is that we're going to select the ones that we can't respond because of time constraints, and we are going to send them to the researchers. Santiago Andrés Ortiz.
I will be. There are several archaeological findings that show earlier human presence in the central Andean. Is not at 6,000 before Christ too late, of how to interconnect the environmental studies with archaeological findings. Henry?
Yeah, I think that the of course, Van der Hammer published a paper showing the first entrance of people in Colombia about 11,000 years ago. So of course you can find evidence of very early entrance of people. That's true. The book from the first farmers takes the average, but it's true. It depends where you are, where human impact is starting. I visited northern Peru, where you find very abundant human impact in the depression, the Huancabamba. I think that is an area which was inhabited by men very early, and it's really impressive what you can develop there on new studies. So I think a lot of discovery is waiting for us, and the present day schemes are the state of the art, but I'm sure that in 20 years the state of the art has changed.
Muy bien, muchas gracias, Henry. Bueno, muchas gracias, Dunia y Henry.
Well, thank you so much, Dunia and Henry, for this wonderful talks. Unfortunately, we have no further time for questions because we have to continue, but we are going to keep those questions. Thank you so much. And therefore, now I'm going to give the floor to the next moment of the event. We're going to have right now a 10-minute break. But the idea is for you to be back after the 10 minutes to be able to initiate our next activities. The next activity will be the panel that it's going to be moderated by Monica Amador, so over the socio-environmental history to understand the change of transformation in the Colombian dialogue between social science and biophysical sciences. And also after the pause, we're going to show on the screen all the advancements done by Juliana Serrano in the graphic narration in her canvas. Therefore, see you in 10 minutes. Thank you. I would just like to tell you that thank you for your question. We're going to have them once we have them in the page of bioresilience, and therefore please don't ask your questions during the talks, but of course towards the end. Okay, a 10-minute break and we'll be back.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Estamos de regreso en el taller. A continuación,
All right, welcome back. So coming up next, we will, before we have the panel, we will see from Juliana Serrano the graphic relatory that we are having.
¿Me confirmas que lo están viendo, Felipe?
Felipe, can you see my screen? Yes, indeed.
Listo, súper.
vamos a estar aquí un par de minutos. Porfa, Juliana, puedes conservar la pantalla tal cual. El trabajo está excelente.
So we'll stay here for a couple of minutes so we can read what we have so far. So please enjoy this for a couple of minutes. Thank you.
Sí, Juliana también informa que cualquier comentario es bienvenido. Así que también pueden hacer sus comentarios en el chat. Muchas
If you
gracias.
have any comment about this, please post them on the chat. Thank you.
Hola, disculpen, tan chévere esa infografía. No sé si pueda preguntar cómo la hacen.
Claro que sí, Juliana, pues...
This is so cool. I wonder if I can ask, how do you do this? Well, this is an exercise similar to the simultaneous translation. It goes from words to images. So previously, Felipe and Monica gave us a general overview of the workshop, and we have to do a deep listening exercise where we gather the main ideas and simultaneously I start drawing. So this is like a training to get all the main ideas and make the drawings at the same time. I won't imagine how your notebooks are from your career. I guess they are beautiful. Thank you very much. So we will move on. I will pass the floor to Monica Amador, who will be the moderator for the socio-environmental history to understand the change in the Andean and Colombian dialogue between biophysics and social sciences. So good morning to you all. This panel means to go to the core of the discussion from this workshop, which is, can we imagine new methodologies, new framework, theoretical, conceptual, that can integrate social science and biophysical sciences? Because we have seen that many of what we do is multidisciplinary. What I mean is that when you have a research project, you have different professionals, but it is kind of hard to find the common grounds, the dialogues, the common frameworks, actually the questions that we have for the research. And that has been a common factor during the time because it becomes a challenge in time because it is quite hard to find this interdisciplinary discussion. So in the core of this, we find that there is a sort of ontology of logic or of a perspective where nature goes to one side and the human beings, others call them humans, they are human beings, they go on the other direction. The thing is that they come together, but they are not integrated to understand the complex ecosystems in the Andean, precisely to give some solutions about it. So in this panel, we have four marvelous researchers that we've been chatting for the past coming months. We will hear first from Marcos de Rios. He is at the moment a professor of the Lancaster University in the United Kingdom. Later, we will hear from Andres Eter. He's an ecologist with a vast experience in transformation and transformation patterns in the environment of Colombia from Universidad Javeriana. Then we'll hear from an archaeologist from Universidad de Antioquia with a vast experience. Currently, he is a co-research in a project that it's about precisely of how you could track the human occupation from an environmental perspective, Javier Aceituno, and we will finish with Catherine Mora. She's an historian from the UPTC University. She has a vast academic production, and precisely she will try to integrate the archaeologist information to her research. It's important to mention here that the methodology is experimental. This workshop is a result of this. So we have three main questions to all the researchers so we can have this common ground. Each one of them from their own field will answer these three questions. The three questions are from temporary scales and in your discipline, what do you think are the main drivers for environmental transformation in Andean region? The second question was, what do you think are the methodological aspects and theoretical that could contribute to build up the interdisciplinary to understand the changes in the Colombian Andes? And the third, from your experience, have you had interdisciplinary or multidisciplinary experience? How has it happened? How has it contributed you to verify your own hypotheses and questions, your outcomes and the results? So those are three questions. The first one is about the drivers, and the other two about their multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary experience. So I will pass the floor. Each intervention will take 10 minutes. More than a paper will be the answer of this question. So we can have this dialogue, trying to find common ground on the different fields. So we'll hear from Juan Carlos Berrio first from Exeter University. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to you all. I would like to thank beforehand Unigo Borrego, Monica Amador, and Mr. Gaviria for organizing this event. So I have a presentation. I wonder if I could share this, or do you want me just to talk about it? Up to you. Okay, so let me see. Apparently I cannot share my screen. Okay, now you can. Please go ahead. Okay. Let's see if I can do this right now.
Siempre es el mismo problema con compartir la pantalla. Bueno,
always I have the same issue when I share my screen. I hope that you can see my screen right now. Yes, it's perfect. Okay, so in order to answer these three questions, which are quite interesting within Colombian context, and it is very interesting in order to understand the dynamic that we have between the environment and the relationship with human beings. In Colombia, we have, of course, a vast diversity of environments that give us the opportunity to integrate this with the socioeconomic and socio-political aspect of the country. We know that Colombia is quite famous by its diversity and cultural biodiversity as well. So in order to understand this population in the time scale, within my discipline, it is interesting to understand the changes that have happened in the environment in time and space. For example, going quite back in time, we can see how the ecosystems have varied and try to reflect this upon the evolution of the different species and the relationship with other species and how they share the same space. So in Colombia, in our mountains, we have a movement that has, as Henry presented, we have the biomes and the vegetation that change, and it corresponds to different types of speciation. It could be allopatric, that is related with geography, but we also have a peripatric speciation that is related with those species of plants and animals that are located the boundaries and that they enable this immigration, like forming the sort of islands that they start colonizing. And up to the extent that the environment is experiencing climate change in the glacial interglacial period. So Henry explained it and Dunia talked about that clearly in her presentation, the relevance of the climate periods in that relationship and that association and the species and how they can answer to this variation. We have some graphs related to the same topic, of course. So we have Thomas van der Hamen, that back in the 18th century make his works and 19th century with Humboldt, and we see in the graphs how the different vegetation has migrated within this temporary framework associated with a space framework. As we have three mountain systems, we can see the vegetation and the environment during the climate change and the glacial periods and the interglacial periods have changed within the context of each mountain system. But this is how we can understand the relationship in space. Here, when we think about the Laguna Fucaman with Henry and other members from the Amsterdam University and Universidad de Colombia, we saw this relationship. We were very interested in giving an answer to the environment in the Andean context related to the human being. But we went quite back in time. So here we can see this drill that we make in the Laguna, and we extract different sediments that enable us to study all the vegetation changes. Here in green, we can see the pyramid. In green, we can see the Andean forest, and the changes in the vegetation basically reflect the changes in the weather during the time. This enabled us to make a very detailed study with high resolution for what we know nowadays as the Colombian Andes. All the studies that are being performed by the Exeter University with Dunia and Felipe, they enable to make this a direct association of the weather, the people, and the environment, which would be here on the top of the register. So here we can understand the altitude changes in the current forest line during the time, and here also we see the changes in the ecosystem that will be registered in the environmental, in the case of Fucane Laguna. Here we can see also the data and the registers. This is something that we got together, gathering different nucleus and sections that enable us, that help us to analyze all the data that we have and see what is the vegetation that we have and they respond rapidly to the disturbance. That's the sense where the humankind start having a role, and we see how the forest and some other forests will be responding quite quickly to this impact, and that will mean a natural response from the forest and in the tropical areas as well, which is quite interesting to know and understand our ecosystems. How do they respond very rapidly to a change? This figure basically that shows us horizontally the thousands of years to the last glacial ice age, and the changes in the temperature. How do they reflect using different tools like the oxygen isotopes in marine drillings? But we think that during the Holocene, during the last 10,000 years, there isn't that much climate variation. We just saw the latest reports of the last millennium or century as a reports that APCC has produced. And we see how all these changes are quite well reflected. So this is how we can make an analysis in detail. And when we have a look of the Holocene in greater detail, this is how we can see how they are related, not only with the weather, but also with response to the human impact towards the weather. So here we can register different events with different cultures, associations of people that have migrated, and that is reflected in the environment, how the different ecosystems respond towards these changes, not only in temperature, but also to human impact in two scales, time and space. In that sense, it's important to understand the mechanism of the people and the role that they have in the ecosystem transformation. Here we can see the impact of the people. Previous, the contact with the people from Spain. When we talk about the maize, it has its origin in Central America, and it has been incorporated in the different continents and with different migrations. That has enabled us to study the number of invasive species that we have in different places of the world. And here is where it's important to have a common ground with geographers that research everything that has to do with the information system of the geography. We can see that in Colombia, there is a significant number of species between, and with this census, we can see which ones are the species that have been brought from overseas, and they're having a key role in the transformation of our ecosystem. What species are part of the naturalization or can transform into native species? Regarding the second question, it's very interesting to be able to answer the different channels of multidisciplinary. And in my experience, I've always thought that having an interaction between the two disciplines are quite direct, as Monica expressed, not only a relationship with different research groups, but having other elements from the society and the researchers as well, and the cultures, of course. For example, here we have Professor Gaspar Morcote from Universidad Nacional, and here we have some students from Exeter University in a visit that we performed to the Colombian Amazonian region. That was a great opportunity to put these two disciplines together and integrate the different opinions and the experiences from how do they have the opportunity to understand the context and the research work made by the archaeologists. This is part to integrate the education with the practical. So not only on the field, this is one of the examples of interaction. These are some pictures that we have by Marian Cardal from, I forgot the name of this organization, Procalima. It's important to highlight here the integration of other members. Pedro Botero, that studies soil in Colombia. Professor Ana Maria Gro, which is an archaeologist from Universidad Nacional, and some other stakeholders as the technicians that enable us to have the access to the materials. Something interesting you see here within this interaction is go a little bit farther and bring some other researchers as the
volcanologist that can give us information about the impact of
in the environment.
And what is the impact of volcanoes. And here, Marian Cardial and Pedro Botero are analyzing the sequence and that are part of this Interandean valleys of Valle del Cauca and understanding the relationship between people and environment. And of course, people are going to be modifying the landscape, but also in a natural way. All volcanologic events are going to be modifying and altering the landscape where humans have to be an integral part and have to adapt themselves to change. Okay, I'm speaking slow. Okay, a lot of archaeological work, in this case, the one from the Bogota savannah, show this evidence upon which we already have some pollen diagrams that talk about the human impact of society over a landscape. I'm going to try to move forward. This is to show some examples of the interactions with other institutions, as the institutions on the Marine Institute of Oceanic Investigations, that allow us to access other types of analysis, like the multi-proxy analysis of elements, and trying to integrate all this to be able to sum up the response in the climate. And here we can see that during the last years, the continent and the ground, it's the one that's receiving the highest impact. I think that with these slides, I just sum up the different elements that are part of the multidisciplinary activity, understanding the human dimension as a very important part in the contemporary effect in the past, and looking towards the future using the different tools that can help us to understand this mechanism. Thank you so much. And this is the small presentation for today. Okay, thank you so much. Now we're going to give the word to Andrés Eter.
Professor Eter.
Professor Eter. Okay, then we're going to continue with Dr. Francisco Aceituno, Professor Francisco Aceituno, and please be aware of time. Okay, then. Okay, I'm going to share. I'm going to make a very small presentation. Can you see my presentation? Can you see my presentation? I am going to share my screen.
¿Ahora? Ya. Vale. Bueno, entonces, en aras de la brevedad.
Okay, so because of time's constraints and trying to follow the guidelines, I make a very small presentation. I made a very small presentation.
Poner en pausa, anotar participantes, seguridad, no sé por qué no. No me
Sí,
pasa, no sé.
Ahí hacia...
¿Está pasando?
No. Si
No.
bajas su mouse hacia el lado, al otro lado.
Esquina inferior
ahí,
izquierda.
Exacto. Por ahí debería...
Ok, vale, perfecto. Vale, pues, ok.
Okay, then, okay. Okay, then complementing and following the presentations, all the presentations that have been from natural sciences, let's call them that way. I think that we have some data that follow from archaeology. Okay, here we can see a map of places of early sites, and we can see the different timelines, and that some of them are being discussed. But if we see the rest of we can see that there is a very interesting thing, and it's that in here we can see a lot of visibility and a strong archaeological signal, especially in the Andean region. And of course, the Colombian Amazonian, it's also giving us very interesting data like the one that we are seeing in La Lindosa. And this is so important because right now, when we look at the transition, that are moments where there are a lot of climate changes and there are a lot of environmental changes in very brief timelines, we can see that there's a very strong archaeological visualization that is going to allow us to see it, a lot of human expansions. And here we can see regions um, uh, following Popayan, when we can see the volcanic range, when we can see the city of Medellin, and of course the area for Bogota and Magdalena Medio. Therefore, we have a very important information to analyze all this information between the environment and the human being. In the case of the Andes, that the story of this interaction, it's very old. And of course, it goes to the end of the ice age. That's why this is very important. And I don't know, there's a lot of changes. And what we see, it's that there are some human adaptations that are very relevant, very important, that we need to details, because we have the lowlands from Lindosa, and we have also different kinds of forests. And this is how we can see how this diversity, we can see how these small scale societies have been expanding. Of course, we have some ecological or archaeological sciences that can also be part of the research. And therefore, of course, to understand the first question, there is no doubt that all this story, that all this, we can see that the last 5 minutes have been accompanied by the human being. And therefore, there's one thing, and one of the things that can be done by archaeology. And here we've used a lot the word calibrate. And I would say that there is something that it's like document, because of course, some of our technological techniques, and it's very important, and the interaction between the being and the environment is very important. We have seen the detailed and excellent work that have been presented today, and also based on archaeology. And when we try to document, when we want to document that joint story, that joint his story, I'm going to call it this way, we are consumers, or we apply data, or paleo environmental data. And for example, the archaeologists, all the work that has been done, and all everybody that's been with us. And these are data that, of course, we count on them. Of course, we needed to analyze this coevolution of landscapes. This is very important to say, and something very obvious. It's that since we see the human being in this story, of course, human beings are potential niche builders. Therefore, the situation is how the human being has been, how has that interaction be? How has that story been? I think that archaeology, as well as a story in other periods, it's something where that we can document. Of course, we need to analyze all the topic and all these two questions, the strategies of adaptability that we think that are very important, and we analyze all that. We are very interested in how those ecosystems works, and also all the topic of the vegetation. And this is something that for us is highly relevant, because the capacity of load, and as Juan Carlos had said, the type of the volcanoes, we are very interested in the series of Cauca and the Colombian belt. It's where it's very important when we are wanted to analyze all this joint history. And of course, we have all the topic of what we consider it's the impact. I think that we have seen in my presentation, I think that this is something that it's a very interesting, and especially we see in prior presentations that the anotropic impact, for example, in the pre-Hispanic work that I'm based in, has more visibility in recent changes. And this is obvious if we have societies as the Muiscas and here we can see that they start to dry all these areas. They are very complex societies, pre-state societies. This is very important, and it's something that it's proven by archaeology because the effects on the environment do have a relationship with the type of society. It's not the same the harvester society, small scale societies than the Sanus, because all this very strong transformation when we talk about hydraulic or in Kalima where they have worked, or the pathway networks, or the other landings in those Andes. This mountain agriculture, this terracing requires adaptations that are very common in all the Andean landscape, especially when we talk about farming societies. And I think that this is highly interesting, all this documentation, and we can also establish differences, and that we've seen them in all this diagram, where there's a lot of clarity. And of course, this is associated to what we call in anthropology complex societies. No, the cacicados, which are very far away from the groups that are in the Ice Age. Okay. And over here, this is over there, and we can see Jose Iriarte, who were here last year to take samples of all different sediments columns, for which is what they have presented, and also archaeological data. Okay, and this, because of time, this leads me into this map. There is a very interesting thing, and this is something that when we talk about plants, there's a moment that I want to highlight in all this story. It's, as well Professor said, all the topic of the first farmers. And yes, for example, a very interesting point in what we talk the Andean region, or the inhabitants of South America, and that's happening in the early Holocene. In this map, we can see that there are different regions, especially throughout what we call the Rio Cauca, the central mountain range. And we can see all the work done with Ana Maria Crot, with Sonia, that are here. And this is something that to be able to include in the debate. And here what we see is a lot of plants like malanga, chira, sweet potatoes, saul, and many others. As we can see, the avocado, or corn, or beans, or mandioca that are grown. Therefore, we can see this is what we call all those, what I call the pre-domestication crops. This is happens with very early moments, since the early Holocene, and this matches all these archaeological sites, all this early archaeological styles in early Holocene. We started to see an archaeobotanical record of yeast that it's very important. And I'm going to show you here, for example, in this, I'm going to show you all the different we work with seeds, with phytolates, the old ADN, and all the possibilities that we can have when we do identifications in other parts of plants. Many of the data that I'm showing you, and then we're going to go back again, are basically based in starch, that, as we can see, they can be obtained from stone tools. This is a very typical excavation. This is a place, this is a chronology that it's non-calibrated of the oldest level, where we can see different stone tools, and these are groups. These are very early groups, and we can say the type of remains that we find, and we find some stone tools. There was pre-pottery groups. There was no pottery where you can establish particles as phytolate with the starch granules. Okay, therefore we also use pollen. Here we can see a diagram from Juan Carlos, and this is pollen at an archaeological site, of course, with all its limitations or all its very specific things, which is to make a paleological. You have 1 minute, Francisco. Okay, then to finish off, here we have a very important point of the management of plants. Many of them are native plants, and we can see we have a very first moment in this story. Of course, this goes first moment where we have all the impact that we have seen that are going to be those pre-farming societies, even in pre-Hispanic moments. And therefore, yes, here we can have the interaction, the integration it's needed. I think that to connect data of both disciplines are key. And I think that archaeology is contributing very specific data that we can cross with all that story of changes of resilience of the Andes. And I think that this is a joint story, and we have seen this story of evolution change to be able to see all the drivers and how they have influenced. And I think that there's no doubt that the current landscapes are also the heirs of a story of a millenary story. I think that it starts at the end of the Ice Age, and we have seen different changes, and in archaeology we can document, we can analyze all the impact, but we can see a very interesting story that gets to our day. Thank you. Okay, now in the group work, we can keep on expanding. Now I'm gonna give the word to Catarina Mora, who's an environmental historian. Good morning.
¿Ya se ve?
Okay, can you see my screen?
Y está corriendo.
Okay, then.
Bien. Buenos días, pues.
Okay, my idea in this case, it's from history. Especially, I use document sources, but following what the other participants have said. And I also focus in the 16th to 19th century. As I've worked, especially the relationship between the societies with soil and with customer. And therefore, regarding the first questions about the biophysical factors that have generated these changes, I would like to highlight in this case the question of climate. They have already talked about this first small ice age that also implies and because here we saw in the one book about how we compared the analysis and discussion about this small ice age was something that was exclusive associated to writing, but and yes, and also associated to paleontological studies, we can see that there have been a series of cold sources, and here we can see how in the first decade of the 19th century, in the case of the last decade of the 17th century and the first of the 19th century, we can see some solar states, and we can see how the lines move from the 404,000 above sea level to 4,200, and how the levels of the moors also advances over the Andean forests. I also see this in documented sources, for example, in areas that we can see in the in the savanna plains. And therefore, it's very important that regardless of what that small age has cost, we can also see this discussion, if we can see if cutting trees are recovering trees increased the capture of carbon, and we can see how this has affected the Neoquaternian Andes, and also that in the small critical age of that ice age, as the one that happens in the different ages, the societies that lived in these territories had very significant droughts, and in some cases, not only the case of the capital, but in some cases, like in the Caribbean coast, especially in La Guajira, there was even famine. And we have another climatic force, which is the influence of El Nino, and also El Nino that has affected societies for ages, and they have also associated to this phenomenon and the volcano eruptions that are part to what has been mentioned with the societies that live around the volcanoes, that regardless of where the volcanoes are, especially if they're close to the equator in different parts of the world, this eruptions do generate certain meteorological alterations between 3 to 5 years, and these societies had to undergo this. In the case of the Tambora in 1815, the eruption of the Tambora that generated some alterations in 1816 and in 1818, and this matches the independence amongst the entropic elements. We can also consider farming that has already mentioned, which is the main activity that generates changes in the ecosystem. But for the 16th century, we have some plants as wheat, barley, and linen, especially wheat, that generated very significant alterations, not because it was monoculture, because this was not the way to develop farming, not even in Spain, but because they were part of these ecosystems, and they were associated to fungi that it's known as dust, and that was multiplied when there were climate changes. So of course, farming, because with the exceptions of, we can see deer, because there was not an intensive growing, but nature does generate control. We talk about drought and animals that became predators, diseases, and that controlled up to the point it didn't turn into a plague, but it did alter the ecosystem into activities that have been very important and that have not been studied, which are mining and construction, especially the extraction of stone and to build cities like Tunja, Villa de Leyva, in the same period at the end of the 16th century, beginning of the 17th century, and how this demand and the processing of it's affecting deforestation. It's something that we need to study even in the pre-Hispanic ages. When we look at Valle de Leyva, the quantity of clay and the deforestation for pottery, it's something that has been studied. With regards to the second question, there are three concepts that I think are very important for the socio-ecological system: the vulnerability, resilience, and adaptation. This is understood not just the societies, but also all the socio-ecological system, and a vulnerability of some threats that are not socio-ecological and part of the interaction. And because of this, we understand the disaster not in natural terms, but also in socio-ecological terms, and also caused by the conditions where the society receives that threat with, and where we see this phenomenon. Resilience, of course, that it's a concept that has been taken from ecology for social science, especially psychology, but we do understand that capacity of being able to recover after an alteration, either social, ecological, or socio-economical, and one thing understood, it's the strengthening of that resilience. Therefore, once we have a climate alteration, which is what I do, and this is something that varies, we can see, and this is part, the social systems that are in constant interactions are correspond in different manners. One, it's to work as they are once that they generate, and here it's when we generate transformation and in collapse, and therefore these are socio-economical, that they say that social, there was only transformation where we adapt the agriculture and where we can add and also in the and also with the social revolution, and also with the part of the collapse, because sometimes we don't know if the societies collapsed when they disappeared. We talked a lot about the Mayan collapse or Rapa Nui. These are very famous collapses, but that doesn't mean that the societies have been a failure, but that they looked for another adaptation strategy. Note that's something that can be debated. When we talk about this adaptation, it can vary according to the purpose. There are some that are plants that are planned, especially when they come from the top. And it's also when we talk about century 16 and 17, and also when we build food deposits, and this is planned. There are others that are more spontaneous and autonomous. So, for example, someone in an hacienda that manages a river, this can be, and the planning can be anticipated as it happened in the savannah. They can organize the land so that where it can be flooded, we can find cattle that could move from one day to the other. And they can also be responses to the meeting, and all the adaptations are material. In this case, we have the organizations of derogatives that are also moments to distribute food or reactivity to repair the damages of that alteration. It can also be transitory or permanent at a macro scale, and it can be driven by individuals, by authorities, and with an effect that can be to overcome the alteration as a generation of changes in normal conditions. The adaptation, it's dynamic and collective, and that's why the relevance to study it with a historical perspective. Okay, finally, about the questions of interdisciplinary work, it's worth to highlight it to do this type of study of historic climatology. We need to have a dialogue between many disciplines. I wouldn't have done the report I have done without working with volcanologists, with archaeologists, and because if we talk about this, how they managed cattle, we need to know how a cow gets sick and how one can adapt to these flooding conditions. I also had the opportunity in my undergraduate to study history and geography. I also had the opportunity to work with different disciplines and of course, and to be able to do exchanges in this research group. And the last project that many of the people that are here participated in it, that was a project about farming systems, sustainable farming systems, that wanted to compare farming systems in Colombia, Costa Rica, Mexico, Spain, Austria, Czech Republic, in between the 18th and 20th century, and the integration of more than 50 researchers, and with the Canadian government, and there they would include biologists, and I think, and that was the one that allowed us to understand this dynamics of farming, of traditional farming, and then traditional farming. This was something, I don't know if I have time.
Caterina, muchísimas gracias. No,
thank you so much. Thank you. Professor Ether has not been able to connect. We hope he can connect later on. We try to join a conversation between three disciplines, and what we find is that each of them has a specific temporality. They're different skills. When we talk with Professor Instra and Professor Juan Carlos de Rio, they have higher scales, and to see things from a different scale has the different types of urgency, and the issues have a different connotations. For example, climate change, when we can say that different studies have different level. When one focuses on the Holocene, we can see that there's an overheating, that the thing heated up during this period. And when we listen to Caterina, there's another scale, and there's another scale, not only a spatial scale. And this is a much more this focus, and this allows to focus more with the environment, something that we cannot do with ethnography and archaeology, because it can't respond to oral narratives, but they can be part of what they find. When we talk about the scales, is very important, and we need how to converge, and we can see how to make a dialogue between the different scales. And this is something that I get when we talk about Professor Ether this morning, with Professor Hinstra this morning. There was a very interesting topic about baseline, and maybe we're going to develop this tomorrow about how the environmental history or public policy, because baseline has turned into something deficient. And okay, we can go back to the environmental plan, how to define the baseline. Professor Hinstra shows us that there are many baselines when we see this transformation of this huge organism, which is our planet. And therefore, how do we determine baseline can be a question that we leave for tomorrow. And to be able to a reforestation strategy, or when we have these ample scales. And finally, when we talk about the models, one way to integrate data, and knowing that data comes from different frameworks and from different methodologies, if one try to join the data that comes from archaeology, that come from history, all have different theoretical framework and methodologies. How do we dialogue in these common spaces if they're speaking three different languages or three different grammars? We have, therefore, Dr. Juan Carlos Berrio, and something was talking to us that the perspective that the socio-environmental perspectives can offer this translation, or this way that offer, but here we can see that the models have their own work hypotheses. For example, environmental services have translate this. Caterina was talking to us about the perspective of resilience, which is another model, and the different assumptions, and that have different work, and the idea of what's vulnerable, what's an alteration. My question would be, it's how do we join these different scales, and that the scale creates different things? And remember, how do we work with the models? How do we work with the models, assuming that the models have their implicits, and that when we articulate the data that come from different grammars, we can at the end talk on itself and not where they come from. There are a series of questions, and maybe the idea is that we interact amongst panelists, and that amongst the four. Doctora Junia Orrego is here if she wants to participate. and that we together can think about these comments, and then we can make a very first round between the panelists, and then I read the questions of the audience. Juan Carlos, Francisco, who will talk first?
No sé, cualquiera. Creo que
Okay, I think that this type of discussion is important. I think that this is a moment where right now the world moves faster, everything is faster, and we all have to be prepared. We have to be prepared, but we also need to interact, and we all need to share information. We need to translate the information from one discipline to the other, because as Dr. Hinstra well said, and Monica well said, this baseline to be able to focus the efforts towards the future, it's essential. We from our different disciplines, for example, me that I work in paleoecological, we try to understand change. We try to understand the different social and spatial changes, but maybe we stick there because we don't have the capacity or the ability to predict the different disciplines, as mentioned by Catherine, which is much more different, and it's not something that we can manage or understand, as well as Professor Javier said and was showing us about the different changes, about the different temporalities in different regions in the country, how people move, what do they respond to, what is their need, what are your questions, and with regards to the answer of the environment.
Sí, ¿quieren comentar?
Sí, quería comentar algo.
I wanted to talk about complement what Juan Carlos just said, and especially I think the integration, because many times from the human disciplines, one sometimes ends up being anthropocentric. It's to say this adaptability, and we document and we can all assess things in a different way. And okay, it all depends, but without going there, but it's interesting that according to the work that has been presented today, and they look at things the other way about the perception of nature and how it has responded. This is the only way, this is not, it's not the question of the archaeologists, especially in the pre-Hispanic world, that we tended to idealize things, but they also generated an impact, and also would be to identify, because sometimes the problem of the signal is very important. When we are talking about low level of productions, about nomads, it's not easy. We do know that, of course, the human fund builds niches, but yes, the question is identify it. And it's not easy, but here, this, as Juan Carlos was telling me something, when we have this societies, these farming societies, I go back to the topics of the muiscas, that yes, we have geomorphological that are very important, and we can also talk about the deforestations, carbon. We have very powerful signals to be able to do all this analysis, but sometimes we have this relationships in situations where the signals are very low. But I think this is complemented. I think that this is complemented because yes, and I'm also worried as how do our I think science advances, therefore how things can be, and also the scales can be identified we talk about micro to nano scales, and we do it well. What worries me is the situation. Okay, how can we transcend? And to do this, we can see the deforestation and okay, this is what happens. We are able to get to the agreements and the people who take the decisions. I think everything is there, but I think that this is important because we are talking about something which is very important. We're talking about very important things, and I am worried about this. And one sees what's happening, and one wants to cry with all the polemic. For example, the challenging of meat that comes from Lexito, that comes from deforested regions. I know that this is news, but I don't know what's behind. And this also happens from social sciences. Of course, this worries us all. It's not that we have more moral authorities than others. No, this is not what I want to say. But it's true to give that we need to make this leap. I don't know if Dr. Hinstra wants to say something, and Professor Aceituno says that the research on meat is very well based, and they did a traceability and they found that this issue. Professor Henry, would you like to comment? Caterine, Dunia?
Yeah, maybe I can say something. I think it is quite important that disciplines are familiar to each other. For example, there was a long tradition of separation between paleoecologists and ecologists. And it's so interesting to see, for example, what Masha is doing with the traits in the pollen records. That gives a lot of new understanding of forest and vegetation dynamics, which palynologists never saw before. So I think that is a very nice example. I also got an interesting paper from Clement in Quaternary this year, just published, Disentangling Domestication from Food Production Systems in the Neotropics. A beautiful paper with a lot of information how domestication and food production can be identified on the basis of pollen and other macrofossils and phytoliths. So you see that in all kinds of disciplines are coming together and are learning from each other. And I think that is a very nice move, a very nice progress, because in the past we all had our opinions and they were fixed and they did not change. And now we show interest for each other. And you see that we can make a lot of progress in short time.
Muy bien. Gracias, Profesor Henry. Dunia.
Thank you so much, Professor Henry. Okay, when we talk about the scales, okay, first from the history, we don't even work with more than 10 years. This is the scale. And what we do, this is different. We can see the long-term duration, but one is to work, 300 when one listens. It's not good to work 300 years. It's not recommendable from history, but it's the only way to see the relationships between societies and ecosystems. It's the only way. Now, when we go in an interaction with it's more complicated from social sciences because there are millions of years of scales, and sometimes you don't need to be this way, and we can say, okay, this result have a management error of more or less 100 years, and this is something, and for us, for a historian, 100 years, it's all what it needs. And therefore it's complex, but that doesn't mean we can't do it, because there is information. For example, here in my case, I don't use, I have few data about the Moors. There's few data about the Peru, but they're interesting to work in those small spaces, but it would be interesting to work in in similar scales. When we talk about the spatial, it's also very important to delimit, not only because of the ecosystem, because they move around, and then you can say, okay, I'm going to study the Moor. The Moor is something one day, and then it can't be another thing. And this is the idea of the environmental science, and that doesn't mean that one needs to work on this baseline. When are we going to talk about on a species that it's introduced, one that it's native, if the truth is that they've migrated? And I think that it depends on many of the articles that we see for this session, and that it all depends on the outlining that one gives to the problem. It's not that you're going to find a space that it's virgin, that it's with no human intervention. Dunia, would you like to say something? Or Juan Carlos, who raised his hand? Yes, I would like to comment a little bit about the baseline. And I think that it's very important that we cannot assume that the baseline, it's like a static moment in a system, in a socioeconomic, in this moment, but it's like a dynamic moment. And I think that it can be defined. It can be considered as periods where there's certain ecological stability in a system, and this is more or less the type of concepts that we are trying to manage in the bioresilience project. And I think that when do we define what is the baseline that we need to consider, it all depends. It all depends on the research questions and what we are trying to elucidate. At the same time, I think that this topic of the temporary scales and of the different factors that affect environmental changes and different in how we integrate them, it's very important, because I think that more than integrating, we need to take them into account. I don't know how realistic they can be, but what we need to take into account is not to ignore this. We don't need to ignore the changes that happen at that millennial scale, or at the when we deal about the management of ecosystems, at the same way that we are not going to ignore closer timescales that are more associated as the historical scales that Catarina was introducing. And with regards to a question that was doing Francisco about this interdisciplinary integration, I think that what we're going to do in bioresilience, and especially with Monica and Naomi, and this is something that it's going to allow us to take an impact that goes beyond of the paleoecological research or the possibility of ecological questions in general. And as Monica well said, and Monica can well tell us, one of the things that has facilitated this type of impact, that it's currently going to allow us to have this type of impact, it's the role of social sciences in ethnography and in creating this communication channels with the communities and between communities, and also the decision makers and in the government institutions. Okay, we have so many questions, which I think it's great, because I think that all this. But Juan, okay, I'm going to read the questions, and for Professor Juan Carlos Berrio, what are the elements, what are the X-ray fluorescence elements that can be documented in lake sediments that give us more evidence of human alterations? Another question for Juan Carlos. I am very interested in to see how you assess human impact in your studies, considering that we have differences in societies with nomad opportunities with collecting or harvesting communities. General question, how to stimulate a tourism responsible that wants to protect our things. Maybe this question is for tomorrow, that we're going to work on the implementation of public policies for Professor Aceituno. In the case of St. Augustine, to use these paleoarchaeological techniques can help decipher what happened with these societies and what led to their disappearance. And for Caterine, do you know if the reti to improve the herbs and water, the feti to extract fibers has been used in La Sabana? And a questions about bioresilience for when we go over the scales, we can see that the human practices have been much more incisive in the, and can we talk about the Anthropocene as if that will affect in the same catastrophic terms, or can we talk about Capitalocene? Okay, these are the questions. I am going to give the word. Okay, thank you so much for your questions. Okay, I was going to raise my hand to be able to add some information that Dunia was able to answer at the end, that there was the question of the relationships with the communities, with the most recent communications with the current people and that's why for them, they have a point of view about the environment, about their own interpretations. For example, we can see that our farmers understand climate change, and we, the academia, do our own change, but that discussion between those communities that take care of the spaces that we are investigating, we need to understand. And maybe there can be a space to make those channels, as Dunia will said. Okay, when we talk about the first question about the elements and the studies for the X-ray studies that can give us an analysis of the elements for the study of the human impact, it's hard. I can say that you can all use technology to be able to study X-rays and fluorescence, and you may have a complete analysis of all the elements in the periodic table. We also need to take into account the soil and the ecology to be able to understand those elements that and all the where people can cause an impact. But this is not a technique that we can see that we can take an interpretation, but this is a way to understand the mechanisms of changes. We can say how the sediments are deposited. And the question is, you can take the elements of circuits, that it's very important of the sand, of the sediments, and we can see how the sand is deposited in an easier in the environment. If there is sandy sediments in the we can understand or try to understand this information. Where does this sand come where we have abrupt change in the environment, that it's the transportation. So therefore, the analysis can help us understand those elements. And another element that you can analyze is iron, and it has different interpretations that when they can also be associated to different tools of the environment. Therefore, we have to take it carefully. And when we talk about the second questions, and therefore we can use the different tools, but they also have the disadvantage. Not pollen, it's not always well preserved in the concept of archaeological soils, and therefore they can have the informations, but as they are nomad societies, we cannot have the direct informations about cultures, but we can have a change mechanism, and we have a change in the forest, a change in the vegetations where these communities can be impacted. We can also use the phytolites to be able to understand these changes. But nowadays, we use biomolecular techniques as DNA can be used, the DNA of soil, if it's preserved, it can give us information about anthropogenic presence but in the past, but as they will say, we are what we eat. If we can use this, and therefore we're all interested in what we eat and how it comes out. Because yes, we eat, for example, we eat bread and it comes out as poop, intestinal, and it helps us understand that there were people in the past, and through the study of coprestanol, and those interested in cholesterol, coprestanol is also gives them that information. Therefore, we're able to understand that the past nomad cultures that were more hunters have more prostanol, have more cholesterol, and that's a very useful tool for trying to understand. I think those are the answers.
No te escuchamos, Francisco.
We cannot hear you, Francisco. So about the San Agustin question, yes, so all these techniques that we are using nowadays, of course, you can apply it to this case. That is true that traditionally we have seen this collapse of this culture, and it is related a lot with the theory of inventions, which is something that hasn't been confirmed, and everything that has to do with the use of the soil. But sure, I think that we could use these elements for the analysis of this case. For example, to analyze or understand what happened on that field. Because, of course, the cultures go farther, the interaction with the environment. In the case, in the Agustinian case, there are a lot of complexities that they have with the neighbors, the shamanic world, and of course you can apply this. There isn't like a limit, like a constraint. You can use the early ages with this, and the latest you can relate it with this. That's not true. So here I would like to say something else. There is a comment from Professor Andres related to what we've talked about, the temporary topic and not the space, which is something quite interesting given the vast diversity that we have in Colombia. We have found here as well different differences from archaeology in early stages when we had all these farmers. They had a lot of product. It's quite interesting, the Amazonian region in Colombia, what we have been finding, it's or what we did with the palms, which we don't have it in the palms, in the Andes, sorry. So we are finding something different. So we have the tuberic plants, the centrosamic, where we have all the register of the settling and all the settlements that they have. It's quite interesting because first there is like a pattern that we have from the studies that we have from late 80s, and when we go all the way through the lithics, that has been able to review in the Andean region. They were quite focused on those sort of plants. While in the Amazonians, where they also have those plants, but the palms, they have a significant presence. And the archaeological register of the fauna in Bogota is quite different, in despite of the findings that we have had, which I think is very cool to understand because it's drifting a little bit the understanding, because practically in Bogota zone, everything is changing profoundly in all these data that we are getting from all the tuberculous plants. So about the mid-Holocene. So maybe we have some bias that we have created during the time, and of course, world has been changing. Something is going to be issued from Cauca, Calima culture. That world of these sort of plants is very interesting. And in the Amazonian, we find something quite different. So of course, it has its own characteristics, and we need to lower the scale to understand the human being. It's quite hard to understand the signal, the anthropic signal. So maybe we will have to say here that this identity or the footprint that they left. Very interesting what you are saying, Francisco. Maybe we are sort of projecting our idea in the way we make the interpretation of the data, and that's how we make the analysis of the integration. Caterina, please. Thank you. So regarding this question, I haven't found any material sources. What I see is that documents would be in that sort of detail, but unfortunately what we have, it's what is relevant for the authorities, and they registered that there, right? So basically the way how they used to feed their animals with the grass was quite different, because they used to take all this resources towards the capital city, and that was what was important. Maybe when we think about fishing by the indigenous, all their activities, the information is not collected, is not registered. We don't have any chronicles about it, unfortunately. So we don't have any documentary sources regarding this. I don't know if we should answer the question once ahead.
Sigamos con antropoceno,
pero aquí so let's go with Anthropocenic. We have a question of Valeria. So they are asking, how do you integrate the humans and non-humans data that maybe is related with this as part of the same literature? But let's go to the Anthropocenic question. So I think that this is a debate that hasn't been closed as such, but there are some that talk about the rudiment that we visited earlier, how the Anthropocene starts when agriculture started. There are some studies about the methane production in rice fields and crops. And so where could we set the start of this Anthropocene? The question is, up to what extent are we the transformation agents, and how do we change nature, and how do we affect the nature as such? How's the sedimentation of a river, of a lake, which are natural processes? So the question is the human being being affected by this, or how does it work and how the human can receive the impact of this. For example, towards the weather, independently that we are a transformation agent, we are impacted by that. And we talk about the capitalist stand from the perspective of someone that research about the temporality prior 19th century. It's important to understand the changes that human being has generated before we had the capitalism and out of the capitalism. An example, so the Soviet Union, that goes everything out of the scope of the capitalism, but it has generated a significant transformation in the ecosystems with the seas that has been drained out. So the other question, how do you integrate this data, humans and non-humans? It's a quite challenging task because of the scale of the studies that are performed. I go back to the Páramo case. How did they expand over the Andean forest from 17th century, early 18th, and early 19th? We have the paleontologic data, and there are some other data that goes from the documentary sources. People that would go hunting, they would have seen that maybe the cattle will have like a sort of wool, and that wasn't normal, and that will caught their attention at the way they were using different sort of clothes. So it's trying to understand these archives that we have, what we have in the biophysics archive and the anthropologic archive. So that can be done despite the skills that they will be working with. So we need to go into the detail during the period that you're working with. So do you have any comment in the chat? They are moving towards the Anthropocene. So there are two discussions. On one side, the Anthropocene and the Capitalocene as two limit processes, as Catherine was saying, thinking the capitalism, thinking that were two prior periods that were accumulated to enable the development of the capitalism. But there is a discussion with what is human and what isn't. So when we think about from the species perspective, which is Sonia's presentation for tomorrow, how the multi-species perspective, stop talking about just the humankind or human being, as we used to say, and the plants and the weather, geology, but start talking about how could we have this multi-species integrated overview. How do we reproduce the separation between nature and culture? How could we have an integral perspective over this? So I will pass the floor. So what will be your comments about this? So it's a little bit of philosophy here. I'm not prepared for this, if I'm honest, but I'm not quite optimistic around this. We are the son of daughters of traditions that have been around for many years, Christian traditions, and some others to be perspectives. The animism, Richard Normatov stated how this societies, the Ducans, for example, they humanize all the other species. The jaguar has a soul, so that is quite complex, and it's a lot of mythology involved as well. So that's how it works. Before I go hunting, I have to do first, like I need to make an agreement with the master from these animals. So all the societies, I think, wow, hopefully, and we are aware, for example, we have the Andean case in our scale. We are aware that in the last 5 minutes of the environment, we cannot understand it without the humankind, and we need to find an explanation. In the interdisciplinary matter, we need to understand how does it work. I think that the humankind is not superior from nature. I don't believe that from my point of view. Actually, we are damaging it. But in reality, it hasn't been a problem, but to change this dichotomy, that will be quite challenging. I don't know. To be honest, my question is quite complex reflection. So we are part of the nature, but that has epistemological implications. Because if we are part of the nature, then that would imply that who holds the authority, who has that authority of knowing and having an opinion? Well, I don't know. What are other impressions from you? Well, we talk about the archaeology here. You are aware of different issues when we talk about archaeology. They respect the other voices, the multi vocality. But if you think about the mythology, oh my gosh, we understand that from a very Western perspective. We're talking about a massive way of thinking. Where we work, we don't have native. It's the Amazonian. There are a lot of communities, but if you assume that there isn't a superiority as such, but you end up talking from your perspective, and your perspective is biased already, not theirs, not even the indigenous societies that apparently they hold a heritage or they are closer to that culture. They say, I am there, I am the one who's trying to make the interpretation of this heritage. And maybe 300 kilometers, you have the heritage that are more direct than myself. I don't know. I think it's very complex. I wish the world will be in another way. But Juan Carlos, what do you think? In the chat, we have that everything is relational. That we need to find an analysis. We need to find sort of leverage so we can integrate the different components. Like these two agencies, human beings and also the plants. Dunia, Juan Carlos, would you like to comment on this? Yes, I don't know. It's something quite controversial. It's very interesting to think in this dichotomy if in reality ourselves we can break this. Because the disciplines, the traditional disciplines of research and human knowledge, they run in parallel. The problem is that there are some points in history where we have two contexts, but we don't have the ability to understand where this start happening, and it becomes one entity. And we are not able to translate that into the different languages that we have. I mean, academic language, traditional language. But I think that, for giving an example, when we talk about Anthropocenic, think about the nucleus that we have in Asia. And it is quite interesting when we have a look at this. And I go back to what I touched on my presentation. When we talk about the number of invasive species in the Neotropic and South America, the world is nothing. But if we place it into a context towards the West, with European colonization, that complexity of the interaction between humankind is quite deep. Nevertheless, despite the history and the anthropologic studies, and bioecological, we must do so. And what does it mean? There are some moments at the Anthropocenic history that are quite interesting from the ecologic perspective. One of the most recent works that we have on our research team is how can we understand the shipments from the transatlantic ships through the different channels, how different species of shells that are stick on the ships arrive to different continents. But at the same time, these shells that are alien species would start being used by the cultures that are in the western part. So it's for the ones that like oysters, lobsters, it's quite interesting to understand these ecological relationships and this anthropocenic relation. So it's quite hard to understand it only from the ecologic point of view. We don't have the ability to find convergence here, and here's where it's quite interesting try to break this dichotomy. That is very interesting, as Francisco was mentioning, is in reality we have this tradition, this academic, that it's going to take us a bigger effort to separate those fields. I'll pass the floor to, yes, oh, sorry. I'll pass the floor to Dunia. And we're going to make a pause and we'll go into the groups, because the idea is that we go onto the group work and we will invite the panelists if you want to be part of any of the 4 groups with people with different professional levels. So I want to comment here about this dichotomy of non-human and humans, and I think the time scale once again is key, because in a continent as the American, where we have something very clear from the human species arriving to the landscape from the perspective of the ecosystem evolution on the long run, I think it's quite important to define human and before humans, pre-humans. So how the systems used to work before we arrived to the American continent. So from the long scale time frame, I think it's quite interesting. But when we move closer and we use the historical time frame as the ones that Catherine uses, there is where it's kind of hard to separate the 2 components. And we're talking about a system that incorporates clearly so that human kind intervention. So that was what I wanted to emphasize, the scales that we use and how that influences the differentiation between human and non-human. So we're going to have a break. Everyone in the chat is having a conversation. I will ask the panelists to have a look at the chat. Interesting, of the unit of analysis. So it's not plant, forest. How can we find leverage that could help us integrate a phenomenon, for example, that integrates both elements? We're going to have 15 minutes pause, and we will come back to the word teamwork. So I invite you to be part of any of the groups if you want to. So let's have a pause, and then let's work for 30 minutes in the groups, and then we will be back to continue with the session. So see you in a while.
Hola. Bueno, por favor, Juliana, ¿quieres enseñarnos en qué va la relatoría gráfica, por favor, rápidamente?
Claro que sí.
Ok, perfecto. Bueno, gracias, Juliana. Eso está quedando maravilloso. Súper bien todo el contenido y cómo logras capturar todas las ideas y los puntos más relevantes de las discusiones. Está quedando muy bien. Bueno, vamos ahora entonces a pasar a la sección de grupos.
So we'll start with the group section.
Primero, quiero presentarles a los moderadores de los grupos de discusión. Tendremos a Felipe Riaño, él es antropólogo, actualmente es estudiante de doctorado de la Universidad de California. También tendremos, perdón, esto no es de hoy, lo siento mucho, aquí. Sí, perdón. Sí, el día de hoy tenemos a Jason Nesbitt, él es arqueólogo de la Universidad de Toulon, en los Estados Unidos. También tendremos a Juliet Serrano, ella es ecóloga de la Universidad de Exeter. También al profesor Alejandro Bernal, arqueólogo. Y también tendremos la participación en la moderación de Ismael García, quien es paleoecólogo de la Universidad Nacional. Para hoy vamos a abordar en los grupos de discusión una pregunta central que corresponde a qué aspectos metodológicos y teórico-conceptuales considera que podrían contribuir a construir espacios interdisciplinarios para entender el cambio socioambiental en los Andes colombianos. Es una pregunta central, pero también pueden continuar incluso las discusiones que se han formado después del panel. Si quieren profundizar en algunos temas, son bienvenidos. Entonces, ahora mismo voy a abrir las sesiones de grupos. Y volvemos en 30 minutos.
¿Hablaron chévere? Nosotros tuvimos un grupo muy interesante también con Francisco, con Dunia, con Caterine.
So how were the groups?
Expandirse en ese espacio.
I hope you had the chance to exchange ideas for the ones who had groups. I see here a couple of people that didn't have the group. Maybe you need to register. But what I want to do is to share a little bit what we discussed during the teamwork. So I will pass the floor to the moderator to each one of the groups. Each one would have 3 minutes. Monica, I'm afraid we are still waiting for some participants. Okay.
Violeta nos dice que no tuvo grupo.
Nos habían dicho que nos compartían una encuesta por el chat.
Heard that we will have a survey through the chat if you can send it because we haven't got the link. It's just that one that says www.menti.com.
Pueden responder, hacer muchas respuestas, porque el espacio no es muy grande, son 250 palabras, se van
You can
rapidísimo.
include
Entonces pueden someter varias
as much as you want, many
Damos,
answers.
¿qué? ¿3 minutos más?
Creo que ya estamos todos en sala
3
principal.
more minutes? Yes, I think we are all in the main room. Could you please confirm?
Sí, grupo 4 ya está en...
Group number 4, we are all back here.
Grupo 1 es Jason.
1,
Grupo 2 es
Sí, sí.
Juliet.
2,
Acá estoy. Grupo 3 es Alejandro.
3 is Alejandra with 4.
Ismael.
Sí.
Yes.
Listo.
Okay.
Jason, cuéntanos cómo.
Jason, please
¿Quieres traducción?
share with us. Would you like to speak in English?
No, sí, fue bien, gracias. Pero
It was good.
la encuesta.
I was filling out the survey.
Tuvimos una conversación muy
So we had a
interesante,
very interesting conversation.
y, no sé, creo
And
que
I don't know, I think the vast majority of the discussions were focused on
cómo generar mejores
how
conversaciones
could we
entre
generate better dialogues as social sciences, humanities, and nature sciences.
ese tipo de trabajo
Because this kind of work, multidisciplinary work, interdisciplinary work, it has a lot of challenges because when you are a specialist in different fields, for example, I am an archaeologist myself, but you have historian, economist, etc. There are a lot of challenges when you need to work with other disciplines that might have different solutions or different perspective, other knowledge, and other academic backgrounds. At the moment, I'm working with the ARN and some geologists, and they want to publish some papers, and they have different kind of questions, of course. And some other members of our team, they had questions or comments that are within their own disciplines, archaeology, history. So there is a little bit of disagreement among specialists. It is quite, how can I say this? Challenging. There are a lot of problems in terms of the methodology to integrate different disciplines. Yes. Group number 2, please. Juliet. Or, sorry, Jason. Anything else? No. That's good. Thank you. Do you have any questions for the panelists? Nope? Okay, perfect. Juliet. Hello. We have a very interesting discussion, so I will try to summarize it. So we consider that we lack the clarity regarding the scales, the time and scale is constructed within the social environment that we have, etc. Some of the participants also consider that when we are talking about the specific outcomes, it is important to understand that those changes in specific areas could affect other places, so local changes can be replicated on a region or on the landscape, etc. They were quite supportive in terms of the time and space are social construction. And we were talking about that the goal is to interpret other knowledges about this time and space and try to find a common ground, a cross-sectional understanding. When we try to integrate different disciplines, that means to have data from all the different fields of expertise. And how could you create this dialogue? of different knowledges. We talk about the language relevance within the disciplines. How do we communicate among ourselves? The temporalities within our own research, also highlighting the fact that it is a human construction, and how could we take this language, taking advantage of the knowledges derived from each one of the disciplines. We had a question, a discussion about how the past help us to understand the present and the future, if we could make some predictions, or how could we understand the past to understand our future. In this, the participants consider that it's not always the case that the past would give us the answers about the present or the future, but that is important to understand the past, and that is going to help us forecast. Maybe that's a very ambitious term, but it will give us better understanding if we have an historical perception. Sometimes when we have different sources with different temporalities won't be enough, but they will help in the construction between the different knowledges. We had different examples about global warming, different opinions about the past that they haven't been always true or right, but they help us to understand what's going on. We also talk about the relationship between the temporalities, that it is not static and it is quite dynamic, and we need to understand the different patterns that give us some clues about the present and the future without being quite deterministic or having bias when analyzing the data. The visions of the past will help us to bring different agencies with human and non-human perspectives, and we need to learn how to hear other voices in our discussions. And at the end, we talk a little bit about how should we look towards the past. It helps us to reduce the uncertainty when we're talking about the present and the future. And yes, I think I exceed the time that I had. I'm so sorry. You are about right. Very interesting. Any questions towards this group? Any questions for the experts? Not really, but it would be quite interesting if they could tell us about one of the key topics from the discussion, and precisely is how time and space are human construction. Okay. Francisco, Muñoz, Catalina, Henry. That could be one of the questions that we could discuss later on. Alejandro Bernal, how it went for you? Great. Hello. We started with the scale that he used for time and space from the different presentations that we saw. And we understood the need that this discussion should have different incomes from different disciplines, from the academic expertise and everything that it could add up, so we can understand broadly this topic. And the discussion was around the micro. What is the tension between the information, micro information and macro information? For some of us, it was quite important to state that when we talk about space, we need to think about something that will be limited to understand the human intervention over the landscape and the transformations that the environment has. And also, the topic should be broader, trying to understand how much would this be useful for a general discussion. We refer a little bit in this about the micro history, which studies this tension about the micro and micro. So that's where we might fall into some relativism, and sometimes it is quite hard to apply those to periods of time that could be quite long or quite short. Also, to establish a dialogue between the different disciplines could be the experience of the historic archaeology, and that help us to have this dialogue between social sciences and nature sciences, and how could we integrate the local knowledges as well, and how could we move forward solving different problems that we have at the present. So this collaborative matter between disciplines would be focused on finding a solution to the different issues that are on the public policies agenda. We worked on the transdisciplinarity and the collaboration, like lending different data. And somebody from the group said that this way not only about communication matter, but also sharing the data among disciplines. There is a dialogue that must take place, aiming to find an understanding between quite academic languages and specialized languages from different experts. So it needs to transcend. We need to find the way how could we have this dialogue. We need to find a communication mean that would enable to have this, so every knowledge could be applied to improve public policy. That is the summary of what we've discussed. One of the topics that might be an example between what we were talking was the cross-sectional analysis. Group number 4, please, Ismael. Hello, Monica. Good morning, good afternoon. So the discussion of our group was quite interesting. So we were talking about anthropology, and we're quite excited about the way how we start having the work with the different communities and some of the issues that we might face in Colombia to move towards these communities. In the sense, we were talking about the need to include social sciences as part of the backbone within formulating any project, for example, from paleontology, which is a biophysics science. And within this process, the best way to touch base with communities is that we need to find sort of incentive for the communities so they could understand why these studies are relevant to them, and they can see that as exchanging different knowledges. So with these sciences, is what do you know about this, and how could we enrich what we know so far? This inclusion of the local knowledge is something that we discuss quite a lot, and understand the communities before even we suggest to have a research project of understanding the current needs that are among the communities, and explain the way how we could encourage them to consider different solutions, tangible solutions within the communities from the scientific knowledge that might be useful for them as well. We also discuss about the relevance to understand the different levels that are within the different communities and the inclusion of from the early age all the children and all these processes when we start working in our different fields there. And one of our participants was mentioning something that is very important, which is to link not only new technologies about like state of the art technology, but also to use low cost technologies that would enable them to be active participants within the communities in this research process as gathering data as well. That will help them to help us to have the research project with a participative perspective. We also talk about the different aspects that we had, the difficulties when you try to have an interdisciplinary work in Colombia. So we discussed a little bit the obstacle to have like from the beginning,
disciplinarity from
like
the
from when
formulation
you
of
are
the
creating a
projects
project,
and to
how hard is
involve them
to
from the different
involve every
perspectives.
perspective. And something that was quite explicit in the discussion is that in Colombia we have a need to have a continuity of the project and to have a continued follow-up along the time. So the research projects want to stop being just isolated one from the other. So we talk about the problem from the financial muscle, precisely to make this follow-up to take place. And summarizing, we talk about the relevance of the different backgrounds that we have in each project, the local needs, and bear in mind, of course, what every discipline has to say. We have some elements. One, for example, was saying that I think is important to highlight here. All methodologies that we decide to apply in different cases are valid. What is important is to understand the context in which it's going to be applied so we can have the most of it. I think that's a summary of all the discussion. We couldn't formulate a question, but I would like to ask them what kind of methods or initiatives they have included within their work with communities when they go on the field.
También dar la palabra a los participantes en general. Si
I'm going to give the word to the attendees if you want to raise your hand or waste the questions. We know that we're out of time. Therefore, please be very brief. And in our group, that it's the one of the panelists, many of the questions that but that there is a question that called my attention, that it's associated about the assumptions that we have in the different models, because the ecosystemic systems and we also have the multi-species perspective of these models, and that may sometimes with the mathematical models and that they're not discovered is not because one model or the other it's best. It depends on the context, but it depends on the possibility of seeing the association and what model allows us to see and do, because the model also produces an object that cannot be questioned, that can be open to questioning. I don't know if Francisco would like to tell us the questions. And also, I would like the participants to raise your hands, or that through the chat you ask questions to open up this conversation in the plenary. Okay, the questions about the communities. The truth is, it's that I have no methodology. I don't have a very worked out And I think that applying the ethics and certain common sense. I think that to assume ethical positions with your work and according to what you're doing in the field with your evidence and also with our work and also something that I can say the people one can see that there is a lot of interest in the work that one does and especially as saying okay why do you do this and this is a very straightforward question but it's difficult to answer and also when you do field work that are visits that last to 20 days or so and okay you can say okay I'm going to do this and then the people that says okay and the people that has worked with you but with regards to the methodology and the days that you try to integrate them in a better way with and of course respecting the rules of the game the legal ones and the local ones this is what I can say there's nothing else I can say no about that specific question.
Dunia, ¿te gustaría decir algo, Caterina?
Caterina or Dunia, do you want to say something?
No, yo solamente
Okay, no, I just wanted to say
de mi experiencia
according to my experience in the field, I would say that I have learned to listen
decir o a contar
more than to say or tell because many times the community and the people that live in these areas that we are trying to research have a lot of things to tell us and I would say that at the beginning of we were saying that what we were trying to at the beginning we would also try to say what we were doing with the pollen signals etc but I think that throughout times and also with the experience in the last project of bioresilience I have learned that it's very important to listen and to include the vision of the people that in the territory. And the other thing that it's very important and that we discussed a little bit in our group, it's that in interdisciplinary integration and to involve researchers that knows about ethnographic, about history, and also not to place the responsibility of doing our own research and also communicate it and transfer it. But we also need to include researchers from the social areas that are specialized in this type of interaction and that can enable communication channels between us and the people of the territory.
Muy bien, tenemos a dos participantes que acaban
We have two attendees that have raised their hands, Juliet and Jordi. Juliet and Jordi. Okay, Monica, thank you so much. My question.
Perdón, para que esta virtualidad no sea tan distante. Qué pena.
Bueno, mi comentario iba a ser.
Okay, my question is associated to what we were mentioning about the models, and I'm working with models. I work in bioresilience, and this is focused on ecology. And here we work with mathematical models, and I think that this is very important to understand that one thing is and the statistics and the mathematics that we work, and something and also and with from my I've always seen with statistics that one thing are numbers, but we cannot forget our biological knowledge. And it happens that we have mathematical models that have been indicating certain patterns, but we don't know that we have seen on the field is something else. And therefore, my invitation is, or my comment is, and not to ever forget that in statistics and with mathematics, we work with a sample, and maybe statistics tells us a story, but we cannot lack or know or knowledge about this is with the systems with which we are working and all the different knowledges that are part of this project, etc. I think that the models are powerful because as part of my own work, we have seen how we have been closer to patterns, but we have this communication between the professional and the statistician and how we understand this. Okay, great, Juliet. Of course, some models are so powerful. And yes, in our group, for example, we were talking about the fact that we know the limits and the possibilities, but the models are so powerful. And I think that it's very difficult not to work without a model, without a lens. And this is something that we cannot forget. And I think I want to give the word to Catherine Mora, but I jumped in. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. And okay, can we see you?
Muy bien, Jordi. Buenas tardes.
Okay, I would like to congratulate you for your event. It's been wonderful, and of the different approaches of the anthropology and etc., and also from biology and ecology. And I think that this response to your question that you did to the speakers about what it's the unit analysis where we can do this, where we can associate the society or the peoples in this the biological diversity and that we have in the different countries, in this case Colombia. Then based on this question and responding this question, I think that this is an invitation to read more about the to the biocultural studies, because this discipline that has been there for a long time and that we have been studying, it sets its attention, it based its attention in being able to understand all the different relationships that have been established between the human being. And there is in areas like ethnobotanics, ethnoarchaeobotanics, where we can see that such complex relationships as it's the traditional knowledge of the indigenous community, Afro descendants, or farming communities about the usage of a biological biodiversity. In this sense, we from Cauca University, we have a PhD in ethnobiology and biocultural studies. We also study ethnobiology, and also the invitation is to read about the ethic codes about ethnobiology in the Latin America Society of Ethnobiology. Based on these are guidelines that would allow us, in my case as biologists, to do these studies and following these approaches and from an or just zoological or botanical, or that was my unique. Thank you so much. Thank you, Jordi. I asked you a question for the chat. If we can keep on talking later on or tomorrow about this question, Caterine, you wanted to say something. Okay, because the question that they were asking about space and time as a human constructions and about the scales. And yes, this is a human construction, but it has to be done, because we in my case, on my discipline, the history, it's not the same as this division between society and nature, but one needs to have a methodological resource to be able to study. And we need to define time and space based on the research program that although the specializations with a single criteria, it's not enough. But if I want to work on where the climate, it can be aligned based on a drought or something. All those can be my cutting points, and my areas can respond more to a basin or to biome than to a department or a country. And this is very important to consider it without, but there's still human constructions, but it's the only way in which can do the methodological application. In the same way with regards to when we talk about microhistory and to go into details, because this is something between the discipline, we understand what microhistory is. And however, how many theorists have to say that we can't forget about the scales. And here there are some conditions that are normal, exceptional, and we can't forget that this is part of a general landscape that we need to take into account. And finally, about the getting closer to communities, this is something that we as we don't have as historians, but it doesn't matter regardless of where we work, because both the places and the people that are at those places should be part of that research and also communicate to these people the results of the research. That it's also a little bit what we still don't do, because we keep on doing dialogues among academics and we don't give back anything to the communities. This is something that I wanted to include.
A todas las intervenciones. Yo espero que las discusiones
Thank you very much to all that have intervened. I hope that the discussions that you had in your groups were quite fruitful. Please keep posting your questions on the chat. We are quite behind on the agenda. I would like to see how are we doing with our graphic summary. Then we're going to hear from Santiago Muñoz. He's an historian from Universidad de los Andes. He's the coordinator of Colonial Landscape that will give us an introduction of the posters that we will have, inviting us to navigate this. So, Juliana, we want to hear from you. Yes, great. So I will let you know what I've gathered so far. So I was part of one of the groups, but these are the main categories of the conversation. From one side, we talk about a lot about the scale, how the perspective has been constructed with a society perspective, and also for some research works, it's quite important to understand the different skills that are used. Also, we understand the interdisciplinarity or the multidisciplinarity, and we understand that as the problem establishing the relationship between the different disciplines, where we don't have a symmetry or we don't have a common language that would enable to have an horizontal dialogue. So they can have a dialogue not only within the disciplines, but also to find solutions where it is possible. And there is where the interactions with the communities is quite significant. There are we need to establish some protocols and methodologies that would enable us to do so. And one of the main things that we need to do there is know how to listen and have the social sciences into account. So this comes from the interdisciplinarity, and it has to come from the beginning of the projects. So we need to raise the awareness within the project in the communities, so they will be an active participant. So they won't just produce data, they need to be participating. Also, we're talking about the historic perception that you have of the past, the future, and how could we go back to reduce the uncertainty and look towards the past. We can reduce that. Sometimes it would work, some others it won't. But how could we make this on a dynamic way and not a static, and understand that it has a flow in accordance to the different researches? Those are some of the conclusions that we have. The other two, you have seen it before, and we will share with you. Thank you, Juliana. Santiago, are you there? Santiago, can you share with us? Welcome, Santiago. He is an historian, expert on environment, and he will introduce the session that we will have for the posters. We're going to send you the link from the Exeter University, and we're going to see how can we understand those, and we will see this about colonial landscape. Oh my gosh, I just shared the screen with you, and you just saw what it had. All right. First of all, I want to thank Monica, Felipe, and all the hosts. I am impressed with the way you have put everything together with the different inputs that we have discussed in the different roundtables. And I love to see a lot of people that we have already seen before. So first of all, what I'm going to tell you really quick is something that goes in line with what Catherine was sharing with us. So, sorry about sharing this on my screen. So when she was saying that we need, well, we have a problem about the access towards the different audiences. So sometimes the research could be very nice, but we need to understand how can it go out of the paper that reach just a specific audience, and how can we have a broader audience? So colonial landscape, showing the Andean territories during the 17th century, is a website that came from one of the chapter of my thesis of historians in Yale University that is dedicated to analyze this. This is an incredible map. Maybe you have seen it before. Maybe you have seen it. It's been used quite widely. So this is a beautiful landscape of Bogota Sabana. So you see here Bogota town, which now we know as Funza. You have here Madrid, Contibon. So here, it is a landscape that the first reaction that many of us will have, it is like, it is an image of a territory that doesn't change. It's quite idyllic. And nowadays, we have a lot of animals around. It has a lot of towns. And for saying so that it hasn't changed, it gives the feeling that it wouldn't change over the time. And what I wanted, and the reason why I chose this map was because precisely I think it's very interesting to picture to different audiences how this landscape that we see full of nature changed a lot for the 17th century. It is not the same landscape that the communities, the Muisca community would have the settlement, but it was already transformed after the arrival of Christopher Columbus. So I'm going to share the link. The website is both in English and Spanish. I'm going to share you both. We have already done so. Franco, share it. Oh, beautiful. So first of all, the project came up because in Universidad de los Andes wanted to have a history course, and they needed to have a source that they could understand. All the students needed to understand that. About the problem of the land in the 17th century. So that when you're trying to find a source from the colonial period, it's quite difficult. And it is not like very user-friendly for anyone. So here it accomplished that main goal of communicating this. So you could do this, use it whether like a walkthrough or a free exploring of the website, there are a lot of primary sources, and there is a collection for professors that can use the website in different ways for their classes on primary and high school. So we find that it has 4 chapters. First of all, paint of Sabana, Bogota. Why do we have this? How did it happen? And what is the history behind it? The following 2 chapters are 2 references that we can locate in the map. We see that there are quite a few towns. So there is a chapter explaining when, how, and who created those towns. But we also see a lot of animals, cows, bulls, and the question was, when did they arrive there to that landscape on the Andes? And the last one might be not as clear on the map, which is the property issue. So in the beginning, it is the main issue actually. So when you go on the website around the different chapters, so the basic structure is a very basic question with a short answer. So it will give a little bit of information, but if you want to know a little bit more, you go into more information and you can read a little bit more about the history, and you can look up for some primary sources. So it will be good for you to explore this. So the first chapter is that with this map we consolidate the biggest countryside house of the Colombian Andes that was the Marquis of San Jorge, and it's this land that is known as Bogota. And out of that, we have this heritage that goes all the way down to 19th century, the first president of Colombia, Jorge Tadeo Lozano. So we show that the towns are only understood through changing the traditions of the Muisca community to make them natives, and how the Catholicism tried to enforce this other traditions and how they were supposed to live their lives. There was quite a strong change between the natives, and you can see a reduction where there will be a war within the way they used to do their own traditions. So here we see a footprint of how the space was transformed. You will find a market, and we are seeing new towns that are organized with Catholic hierarchy. So there are a quite diverse repertoire of sources. These are some of the pieces that we have from the Muisca community. Then we discuss how all this changed the indigenous agriculture that you can see here in the map, and how this arrival changed everything. And actually you can see this in the picture from the 50s. But clearly it depicts a process that will be impacted by the arrival of the because the neighbors are having trouble with the animals that are eating their crops. But actually there was a problem here, which was the indigenous community was reduced into a small portion of this territory. that it is on the map, and the rest could be just owned by one single Spanish. So the idea that the territory should be divided into in such a way arises in a specific moment with the evidence that we have. And to the Muisca community, they will have some resguardos that are not theirs, but the king will give them the right to grow their crops there, and the king will have the power to sell the rest of the land to any Spanish citizen, which means that any Spanish that might have enough resources might own a bigger portion of land than the whole community of Muiscas. So back in 1593, there was another charge, and they needed to organize the indigenous community. They will have to tell them where and how much would they earn by their activities, and they will put everything they would earn in this box where they will have the different keys. One will be the priest, the other one will be the cacique, and once they will receive their wage, then the community will have to review that. It will take the 10% for the church, and then the community might be able to enjoy what they have achieved. But instructions are quite clear in the colonial time that I will just read this. If an indigenous go into confession, the priest must inform the officer, which could state the punishment for the indigenous person. So the idea is that they will be loving the priest and they will be scared of the officer. So that was the colonial rationale behind. So, in despite the nature that you see here, it is a violent expropriation map that shows how the territory has changed with this remaining and the transformation of the native spaces. It is an environmental and a social change. On the long run, the resguardos during the 18th and 19th century, they were transformed. During these centuries, there were a significant effort of the colonial and then Republican to eliminate those. And then the community raised a lot of different cases. In some, they will be solved. In some others, they will be just forgotten, and they will start fighting for their right to have the ownership of the land until they are acknowledged in the Politic Constitution of 1991, which means that from that colonial institution that first will expropriate the native lands would become reducing the autonomy that they had until 1991. So this is a sort of summary of what you can find on the website. We are having at the moment a technical problem, which is this line that we see here, but you can do it by yourself. So you can go into detail, maybe make it bigger, or you can just look up whatever you think is interesting for you. We also have collection of the sources where we can navigate the different sources that are in the different chapters, but you can see them together with the idea that maybe the teacher can use these sources for the students and as class materials. And also we have this for the teachers where you have different exercises that are in line with the skills that are set by the Ministry of Education, so they can use it in line with the curriculum that has been stated So maybe they can make a map of the place where they live, or maybe collect some testimonies of how the space has changed. I know that I have exceeded by far the time that I had, but basically you can go on the website. It is a resource that we have. So we can teach and communicate in a different way the history of the territory and the relationship with the colonial period. Santiago, thank you very much. It's quite interesting. And we want to encourage you to visit this website. It is a delightful work. And we have been using it. And honestly, is very interesting because it enables us to have a perspective to see where everything comes together, right? I want to pass the floor to James so we can see a little bit the posters that have been sent.
Hello, good afternoon and good evening. So I'll just share my screen and show you how we're going to use the poster fair today. So I will share with you the link to this. This is called Mural. And the best way to think of Mural is like a big piece of paper. So we've got the posters on the piece of paper and you can zoom in with your mouse and it will load eventually. There we go. And you can read through everybody's posters and scroll across. And then at the bottom of each poster, there is a box here where you can add a comment. So all you need to do is double click. Hang on. There we go, double click and you can make a post-it note. And in the post-it note, you can type anything you like and you can change the size and move it around. And then you can put it underneath the poster. If you like, you can leave your email address or contact details if you'd like to contact the person who made the poster. But yeah, just have fun scrolling around Mural. And if you have any questions on how to use it, just let me know and I can help you out. And it's super easy. And there are some instructions here as well if you need them. So I will share my screen. I'll stop sharing and I'll give you the link.
Tenemos 8 murales de diferentes temas para que
we have 8 posters of different topics if you want to have a look of them. If you want to reach the author of those, we're going to share with everyone Santiago's email address if you want to ask him anything. And I think that this was everything for today. What do you think, Felipe? Yes. Jane, thank you very much. I think that we can start closing today's session. We want to encourage you to visit the posters. We would love to hear from you all the comments that you have so we can close the session of today, which was amazing. Thank you very much to all the speakers that we had. Dunia, Henry, thank you for joining us. Thank you, Monica, for being the moderator of this exciting panel, and for all of you that have been participating quite actively. Also to everyone that was part of the groups and the moderators of the group that were quite active in the groups. We see a lot of content in the chat. We also have the surveys and what comes next is that soon we will share with you the materials that we'll get from this workshop as the images, the graphics relatory that we have received by Juliana Serrano. Quite an excellent job putting together all the information and make it quite clear and user-friendly for everyone. And we are very happy. We want to thank Santiago for this exercise. This dynamic material is fantastic. It's very interesting to have a conversation with him and maybe go deeper into this historic aspects that are quite related with the project that we participate with Monica. And also we want to thank Jane. She has helped us a lot with this mural, with the posters, and we are exploring it as well. It's a new way to the new normal, so we can receive all the comments and see everything. I know it's not the same as being face to face, and it would have been quite exciting to be all together. And we thought about that and have it in Bogota and maybe grab a cup of coffee and have a deeper conversation. But I think that this is working quite well, making it online. I want to thank you all for your good behavior. Your mic were off, your camera were off, so everything went well. So I think it's all. Why don't we have the last look of the um, graphic relatory? I don't know if Francisco Juan Carlos would like to say something. So no, Juliana has already finished.
Entonces, lo que vamos a hacer es que ella tiene que pulir la relatoría de la sesión de hoy.
So she will make a little touch up, and then we will receive the final product. Tomorrow we'll have it as well, right? Juan Carlos. So finally, I want to thank everyone. Excellent work as the host, new experiences, a lot of messages, understandings. So it was fantastic. I hope you have learned as much as I did. Thank you very much. That is a great experience for the future.
Dale, Francisco.
No, muy breve, lo mismo. En primer lugar, pues muy
Quite
agradecido.
short and sweet. First of all, I'm very thankful for these spaces where we share and we learn, we share, and that's the right way, because you start knowing how to value the different perspectives that we have towards a same problematic. So thank you very much.
Bueno, y yo quiero simplemente terminar agradeciendo.
And I just want to thank Monica and Felipe. I think it was brilliant. You can be proud of yourself. The outcome and the discussions that we had were very good. So very fruitful. So well done. Good job, guys. Thank you all, and thank you for having me, and see you tomorrow. Thank you very much. So see you tomorrow. We will start at 7:45. Likewise. So we'll use the same link. So please be on time. Tomorrow we'll hope to finish earlier. And thank you very much.